Call the meeting to order.
The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the city cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Holland Davis, Senior Pastor with Calvary Chapel, San Clemente.
And could we all rise and remain up while Kathy Ward will then give us lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, I'm going to pray a blessing over us. It says, "Blessed shall you be in the city, blessed shall you be in the country. Blessed shall be the fruit of your body, the produce of your ground, and the increase of your herds, and the increase of your cattle, and the offspring of your flocks. Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. The Lord will cause your enemies to rise against you, to be defeated before your face. They will come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessing on you in your storehouses and all to which you set your hand, and he will bless you in your land which the Lord your God is giving you." And Father, we thank you for this great city that you've given to us. We thank you for these great men and women who have decided to set aside time to serve your city, Lord, this city of San Clemente, the city of mercy. Lord, I pray that you would give them wisdom. I pray that you would bless them, bless their businesses, bless their families, protect them, watch over them. And Lord, that they would be filled with joy as they serve you and serve the people of this city. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Please remain standing and place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Ferguson. Here. Councilmember Ham. Councilmember Ward.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bain.
Here.
And Mayor Swartz.
Here.
First item on the agenda is a toll road update.
Okay, thank you, Joanne. I attended my first Toll Road Board meeting last week, along with Mayor Pro Tem Dan Bain, and the TCA's Valerie McFall provided the first of many monthly updates to come on the upcoming scoping phase that will begin this summer, and it will entail some community input as well into that. And Ms. McFall shared that there had been public participation in the past that resulted in 21 ideas that were reduced to 8 ideas, and indicated the TCA is now in the PAD phase or environmental phase, and as I mentioned, the formal scoping phase will happen this summer, and there'll be an opportunity for elimination of some of the alternatives, some of the worst of the worst we'd like to see gone, of course, and other variations that would be considered still, and as well as work done to refine purpose and need of those alternatives. And she also highlighted the City Manager's Advisory Committee that the TCA is forming, and they'll hold their first meeting at Mission Viejo City Hall, and we indicated that San Clemente City Manager James Maxinoff will be participating in those as well. Thank you.
You had nothing to bring up?
Under closed session report.
Okay. We have one card on this. Robert Chrisman.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to briefly talk to you about more than 64,000 residents in this city who are overwhelmingly opposed to the toll road and the TCA. It's been my observation that they fall into three categories. Those who don't believe it could ever happen, so don't get involved. Those who believe it's inevitable, so they don't get involved. And then there's a third group that's represented by a few people who work real hard and the rest of us who attend meetings and speak and display signs and talk to our neighbors. I believe that this council shares our views, but I'm concerned when you are willing to let the TCA sponsor city events. I'm concerned that you may protect the Pico corridor by bargaining other alignments that would devastate Talega, Forster Ranch, or the city of San Juan Capistrano. That's the city who stood with us against the TCA while we were betrayed by Dana Point and Mission Viejo, among others. I'm asking this council to affirm that there are no acceptable alignments for an unnecessary and unwanted toll road, and that there is no reason to provide any forum for the TCA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is a presentation by Girl Scout Troop 1809 concerning their Silver Award project to raise awareness of endangered animals.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilmen, and Councilwomen. My name is Elizabeth Zung. I'm a 7th grader attending Vista Del Mar Middle School in San Clemente. I'm a Girl Scout cadet from Troop 1809 in Irvine, California. Today, we are here to present our Silver Award project, which is raising awareness about endangered animals from around the world.
Hello all, my name is Pauline Jung. I am a 7th grader attending the middle school Robert C. Fissler of Fullerton. I am a cadet scout from Troop 1809 of Irvine, working on a silver project with Elizabeth, Stephanie, and Alexandra. First, let's truly define endangered animals. A species of animals is considered to be endangered when there are less than 2,500 adults, statistically estimated to be extinct within the next 20 years, and there is a 50 to 70% decrease in population within the last 10 years. We are raising awareness because there are so many animals going extinct because of multiple reasons. This includes illegal poaching, hunting, harmful toxins, habitat destruction, pollution, and overexploitation of natural resources. By raising awareness, we may be able to inspire people to help preserve all animals and their habitats.
Hello everyone, I am Stephanie Ho. I attend Dana Middle School as a 6th grader in Arcadia. I am a Girl Scout cadet from Troop 16581. Why are we bringing this to your attention? Well, if just one animal goes extinct, one whole ecosystem could be destroyed. Also, if a predator went extinct, their prey would have a bigger chance of survival. With that bigger chance, the prey could become overpopulated. How are we going to help endangered animals? One step we will take to reach our goal of raising awareness is making hand-drawn coloring books. Included in the coloring book is a picture of the animal, its common name, its scientific name, and one fact about it. Also, another more lasting step we took is making presentations to local schools, local libraries, and local events.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Bertolini. I also attend Dana Middle School in Arcadia. I'm a 7th grade cadet from Girl Scout Troop 16581. We would like to donate a coloring book to share with the San Clemente City Council. Our information is provided by the United States Fish and Wildlife Services government website. It would be an honor if you could post the coloring book drawings to the San Clemente website for viewers to see or print out the San Clemente local events. Thank you for taking your time to listen to our presentation.
Also, I would like to donate 5 coloring books for the City Council men and women and mayor.
Well, thank you very much. Sure.
Is it possible if we can get a picture with all of you? All of us? Yes, please.
Why do you guys come up here?
Okay.
be? Are we going to want it to be above?
I was telling them to come up here, you guys stay in your seats, but since you're all down, just stay here, maybe they can stand.
Okay. No, they'll be here. Oh, there we go. We don't have to switch down. By the way, ladies, just to let you know, we do have letters of appreciation for all your efforts. Unfortunately, they didn't make it from our new city hall to World City Hall tonight, so we're going to be sending it shortly.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ready?
Hold me here, this camera.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take one. See this, put it back. See, send them. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is a presentation by the Orange County Sheriff's Department concerning Orange County Law Enforcement and Fire Dispatch Center's text to 911 service.
Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Jeannie Noe. I'm the Bureau Commander for our Sheriff's Department's Dispatch and 911 Center.
My name is Ryan H. Turner. I'm the Senior Fire Communications Supervisor for the Orange County Fire Authority Emergency Command Center.
I'm Lieutenant Ed Manhart. I'm currently a Department Commander at Emergency Communications Bureau.
Well, good evening. I'd just like to say that I'm very proud to say that Orange County is the first and currently the only county in Southern California that actually has every single law enforcement and fire department that is utilizing text to 911 in our county. And the only reason why we were able to do this is because of the partnership with all these agencies in Orange County working hard and being dedicated to public service or public safety to make sure that the citizens of Orange County have a way of contacting 911 through other means other than voice communication. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ryan to discuss text 911.
Thanks for the opportunity for us to be able to come in and talk to you. Without getting too technical, because I don't want to bore you nor get that glassy look on your face, just a really quick overview from the high level is that text to 911, we treat it just like a 911 call, but instead of coming over phone lines, it's coming through the internet, through SMS text, which is short message service. That's exactly what you do on your phone every day through text messaging. So with that idea of it coming through the internet, then if for whatever reason the phone system were to go down, we would still have access, and people, the citizens, would have access to 911 emergency services through their text messaging. One of the great features about this program, and it's going to be shown to you by Ed in just a minute, is the ability for us to be able to utilize triangulation and be able to really get down close to the location of where that person is based on their cell phone signal. That's a pretty exciting thing if the person is not able to tell us exactly where they are. And we know that Orange County is such a great destination place for vacations, and we have people that come from out of town. And when they call us on 911 on their cell phone, sometimes they don't know exactly where they are, so it takes a little bit of prodding and questioning through our professionally trained dispatchers to be able to get that information. It gets a little bit more complicated if it's just through text messaging. So through this service that we have, that all of the PSAPs, or the public safety answering points, and secondary PSAPs like myself at Orange County Fire and the other fire services, we're able to be to refresh. It's the term that we use, to refresh or reset and send out another request to the cell phone company to ping that location of the person that's texting us and get that location a little bit more centralized so that we can help. Right now, we're following Los Angeles County, CHP, San Bernardino County, Riverside County, and even San Diego. They all have text 911, but it's not consistent. Like Gene said, that we're the first county to have all PSAPs and all secondary PSAPs all on the same system, which is really exciting because now we have the ability to be able to transfer text messages from one center to another. So if, for instance, somebody were to text, say they have a problem and it goes to the sheriffs, and the sheriffs determine it's a medical problem, and they send it to me at the fire service, and then I determine it's not in our role area and we have to send it to another fire service, I can transfer it, and all it is a click of the button. You'll see that in a demonstration in just a minute. And the best part for you, it's free. It's paid for by Cal OES, or the Office of Emergency Services. Now, one of the things that we have been stressing through the press conference and the press release, and then what we've been training our dispatchers as well across the board, is the simple idea that texting is an enhancement but not a replacement. I can tell you through my over 30 years of service in public safety communications that dispatchers really like to hear things. We don't like to read things. And commonly what I tell people is that we see with our ears. And so to that end, we love the ability to be able to talk. Text to 911 is a great system to be able to, for our hearing impaired citizens to be able to use, or for the person that is actually in a very dangerous situation and they can't really talk. Of course, that's what we want them to do, is to be able to use text 911. But we don't want text to 911 to replace a normal 911 call, because dispatchers can get a lot of information out of how somebody sounds, what they're saying, how they're saying it, and what's going on in the background. Thank you.
Good evening. What I'd like to show you right now is the actual screen that we use at the dispatch center on how this program works. One of the most important parts, there has been some literature that has gone around that is about text 911, that it says 9-1-1. We text 911. If you do text 9-1-1, it will not come to any emergency location. Very important. Number two, family members might believe that if I'm texting 911, I don't want to put a joint chat room with everybody, with family members, to let them know I'm involved in an emergency. I want them to know. The system is not set up to do that, so we cannot have mom, dad, brothers, sisters, and 911. If you put all that in there, it won't be communicated. It has to be a sole connection to 911 to start with it. Okay, so this is what the screen actually looks like in dispatch. On the left-hand side, we have a couple cell phones right there. That's not in dispatch, but where it starts with E-media, this is exactly what the dispatch center will see. So right here on our cell phone, what we're going to do is we're just type in right here, I need help. And so we hit send. What happens is the message goes right here to the unassigned queue. And so this is where the dispatcher has this screen and sees that immediately. So what they do is they open up the text message, and here we are, I need help. So the first response, as we were talking about earlier, is we want to know where you're at. So the first response from our dispatchers we have pre-programmed messages that we could put in there. But what is your location is going to be the primary. So we're going to send that. So we send it. So let's say here in San Clemente, if we're at Avenida Algodon and El Camino Real, the person's not that familiar with the city in there. Is it Algodon or is it Aragon? I'm not sure. Well, hey, we'll take whatever information that you guys have. So they put it in there and say it's Avenida Algodon and ECR. Right here on this button to the far right side is our GPS location. So what it does, it triangulates off of cell towers to locate your cell phone. That's good news. There's good news and bad news with this. So there are cell providers that cell location is extremely accurate, up to 3 meters. Very accurate. Unfortunately, there's some cell providers that it's about 3,000 meters, which is about 9,000 feet, less than 2 miles. So here in San Clemente, Algodon and Aragon are within that, so that's not going to help us out. We're still going to do that regardless, and we have the refresh locator button right here, and our dispatchers will continually do that to try to get a better location, but ideally we want to give us the best location. We'll continue working. Whatever cell service provider you have will give us that location. So we're going to go back and forth and get as much information as possible, and we're going our dispatchers want all kinds of descriptions. So immediately, the deputies would be sent as soon as possible, the fire authority, everybody would be rolling code, but we're going to continue to ask questions in details and provide the responders that information as well. On the system, so we talked about, let's say, for example, the closest one I can give you is Lake Forest borders up to Irvine City. The 911, if we text 911, it goes to the nearest cell tower. So let's just say it goes to the Lake Forest cell tower, comes to us, the ECB. Well, sheriffs, we patrol Irvine, we patrol Lake Forest, but Irvine has their own police department. It's absolutely not a problem. We're going to continue this. We're going to get as much information as possible. But when we talk about sending it to another location, right here, the select a PSAP for transfer. All the dispatcher would do would be to click that on, and this is a training program, but it would have Irvine, it would have Santa Ana, have all the agencies next to it, and they would transfer this whole text message to that agency. And so they would continue right from there. So it wouldn't be, hey, I have to transfer you, and let's start this all over again and do that. Absolutely not. The call would continue. So that's how we do that. And then also one of the most important parts, if you're at the scene of a crime and your phone is taken from you, once you're connected to 911, we have the ability to end the transmissions. So if the phone's taken from you and a suspect gets it and sees that you're texting, they swipe it to delete it or get rid of the message, we can still text on that phone, and we can still get GPS location. Obviously, if the phone is damaged or if it's turned off at that point, that we can't do that. So the good news is we continue that until our units are on scene, and then we'll turn it over to them. Okay. Let's go to the last page. So just in review, most importantly, if you can call, we prefer it, but obviously text if you can't. Your location, we've gone over that. Oh, the one area I missed too. No emojis, okay? No abbreviations. My kids use abbreviations all the time, and I don't even know what they're talking about. So our dispatchers prefer just spell everything out as best as you can, and no slang. We talked about the group chats. You can't add it. It won't come at all. It's not a hesitation. So please, once again, call if you can. If not, then use the text prompts. Any questions?
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Next is a presentation by Heather Lowe, Human Relations Manager, concerning an update on sexual harassment legislation.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Heather Lowe. I'm actually the Human Resources Manager for the city. And tonight I'm presenting an update on sexual harassment legislation that was enacted at the end of 2018 by our former governor, Jerry Brown. So tonight we're going to go over the actual legislation, the training plan that we are implementing here at the city, and then go over the policy review that we'll be also going through. So the first Senate Bill, 224, is regarding professional relationships. The law that was on the books prohibited certain professionals from abusing their relationship and ultimately potentially engaging in sexual harassment. The list of these professionals were doctors, lawyers, and one of the things that I also want to say about these bills is I'm sure you can also see the application with some of the media. A lot of these are direct responses with cases that made their way through either victims coming forward, things that came out afterward. So a lot of these are a direct response to those concerns. So the new law extends this list and adds elected officials and any others who hold themselves out as being able to establish a business, a service, or a professional relationship. So this is an enhancement to the original law. Senate Bill 820 is regarding the settlement of sexual harassment claims. This law actually prohibits broad confidentiality that actually in the long run, it ended up protecting a lot of the harassers, and it allowed additional behavior to continue. So this bill puts an end to that loophole, and it prohibits that confidentiality. It pertains to sexual assault, sexual harassment, gender discrimination, or retaliation. It does not, however, prohibit a provision that prevents disclosing the amount of the settlement. Senate Bill 1300 is regarding waivers and non-disparagement. This Senate bill makes changes to FEHA, the Fair Employment and Housing Act, relating to workplace harassment claims, and it also prohibits employers from requiring an employee in exchange for a bonus, additional compensation, to agree not to sue or bring forward a claim under FEHA. You can't sign a non-disparagement agreement preventing the employee from disclosing information about unlawful acts, and it also makes employers liable for unlawful harassment by non-employees, so contractors, people that are providing services that come into contact with those employees. Senate Bill 3109 is regarding waivers of right to testify. This makes any provision unenforceable that waives a party's right to testify regarding criminal conduct or sexual harassment. And finally, Senate Bill 1343 is an increased training component regarding sexual harassment. The current law requires employees to provide 2 hours of training to all supervisory employees, elected officials, and commissioners every 2 years. And if you remember Mayor Schwartz, Councilmember Ward, Councilmember Ham, it'll be 2 years ago in May that you all attended that training. So we have actually provided Joanne in the city clerk's office a list of all of the training that is coming up with JPIA so that you can attend that course and make sure that we are in compliance with getting you all trained within your 6 months of being sworn in. The new law, though, requires additional training. It requires all non-supervisory employees and our part-time and seasonal employees to undergo 1 hour of training. This training must be provided within 6 months of hire and conducted every 2 years, just like our supervisory employees. So for our training plan that we are enacting, by the end of this year, we will ensure that all of our supervisors, our elected officials, and commissioners receive their 2 hours of training. We will ensure that all of our non-supervisory employees and our part-time and seasonal employees receive 1 hour of training. Our JPIA services will be delivering the training. We've secured 8 sessions, 2 dates in May and 2 dates in, I believe, September. And HR will manage the compliance to make sure that we are abiding by all of the legislation and making sure that employees receive the appropriate training. We are also going to be working with JPIA to include an interactive webinar type of training so that we can add this training element when we onboard a new employee. If they're coming on board as a supervisor, they will receive the 2 hours of training, or non-supervisory, the 1 hour of training, so that we immediately get that training in front of a new employee. And then when we promote an individual from non-supervisory to supervisory, we again will do the same thing to make sure that they are getting that training immediately and they're not waiting 6 months. There may be some occasions where there is a delay just due to extenuating circumstances, but we will make sure that we are in 100% compliance. The last component of this is our policy review. We do have a current policy in our personnel rules, which is section 16.3. It discusses all of the different types of harassment and includes the complaint procedures, both formal and informal. We are reviewing our policies to update accordingly and ensure that all, including the sexual harassment policy, are updated to align with any state legislation and also abiding with the labor relations practices of meeting and conferring. Any questions?
I do.
Yes.
And some of the other council members might have a similar issue. My company, about a year ago, was controlling interest was acquired by a publicly held company. And so for the last year or so, we've been following all a publicly held firm companies' requirements, SOX and all that stuff. In addition, I just completed a sexual harassment course that I'm required to take under their restrictions because they're a publicly held company.
Mhm.
Is that transferable, or I just need to double up?
I thought of this question around 4 o'clock this afternoon. I do not have an answer, but I am going to say that it's not transferable, but I will confirm that with our legal counsel as well as JPIA to see if it is in fact transferable. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente but not separately listed on the agenda may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes which give his or her presentation. And I have a few cards. Thank you.
All right, our first person up will be Vaughn Barnes, and behind her, would you please have Tom ready to go?
Is the clicker working? Okay. City Council, I'm Vonnie Barnes, Board President, Rancho San Clemente Master Association. Please help save the open space along the city's Ridge Route Trail. Signs are needed for police enforcement. The Ridge Route Trail is a city recreation and utility road that runs over land owned by Rancho San Clemente, a very severe high fire zone. The city invites the public to use this trail in magazines, bike and trail maps, and the website, but holds Rancho San Clemente responsible for all the damages when visitors go off trail they're invited to, into the fire zones. For 25 years, Rancho San Clemente has also paid for fire zone maintenance on both sides of the city's trail. In 2018, this cost over $34,000 alone, and it increases every year. This map focuses on the North Trail segment, which is 1 mile long. The city's entrance on the right side has the only trail sign, trail use sign. Most people never see it because they enter at sites 1, 2, or 3 to get to Nob Hill and the fire zones. With no trail use signs for sites 1, 2, or 3, and no trail fencing at Nob Hill, there is unfettered access into the fire zone for smoking, camping, riding bikes, motorcycles, and ATVs. Please install 2 trail use signs along the west side of the trail for police enforcement, a trail end sign, and trail fencing at the end of Nob Hill. The Nob Hill fire along the Ridge Route Trail was very close to homes, threatening lives, businesses, utilities, and open space. Strong winds could have destroyed Rancho San Clemente as easily as the wind-driven fires took thousands of homes in Northern California. After this fire, dozens of cigarette butts were found by the public benches at the end of Nob Hill. I did a PowerPoint on that for the council. This is Site 1 on Del Cerro by Villaggio 1 to Nob Hill on the fire zone. This is Site 2, Cordillera, a secluded cul-de-sac where trucks park and unload motorcycles to go to Nob Hill in the fire zone. This is Site 3 at Sombra, another secluded cul-de-sac, same thing. Here, officers escort motorcyclists from Nob Hill and the fire zone back to their trucks. This is the trail end as it looks at Nob Hill with unfettered access across into the fire zone. This is an attractive nuisance as there is no trail end sign, no trail fencing, no signage at all. And this is a public bench and trail fencing by the Outlet Mall to deter access into the open space. Trail fencing like this runs along the beach trail too, and around lots unused at North Beach. Please do the same thing at the end of the Ridge Route Trail at Nob Hill for public safety and fire prevention. Save the open space. Okay.
Thank you. Tom? And after Tom will be Larry Culberson.
Tom Barnes, 35-year resident of San Clemente. Slide 10. This is what trail fencing and a trail end sign would look like at the end of Nob Hill. It is consistent with the trail fencing the city is already using. Slide 11. There are 3 signs posted at entrances to the Ridge Route Trail. The sign on the left is the city's trail use sign, which is outdated, rusty, and looks like it has been shot with bullet holes. This sign should be updated to include speed limits for e-bikes and authorized vehicles. The other 2 signs can be eliminated. Slide 12, excuse me. Rancho San Clemente installed 32 no trespassing signs as requested by the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The police will not enforce the city code without these signs. Slide 13. This map shows where Rancho San Clemente installed the 32 no trespassing signs, shown as red stars. The solid purple circles show where updated city trail use signs are needed. 2 caution signs are also needed at the top and bottom of a sharp blind curve near the AT&T cell tower. The city's SB2 homeless shelter area also runs along the north leg of the Ridge Route Trail. Trail use signage is needed in this area. Slide 14. These are the types of brush fires that have been occurring in the fire zones along the Ridge Route Trail closer to the homes, businesses, and city utilities. Slide 15. This slide shows damages that occur in Rancho San Clemente's fire zone when visitors go off the trail into the fire zone areas. Slide 16. This slide shows where there is a critical need for 2 trail use signs, 1 trail end sign, and trail fencing around the end of the trail at Nob Hill. In 1994, the city earmarked $12,600 in the annual budget to maintain the Ridge Route Trail in a safe and good condition. Today, this amount is equal to $21,360. Rancho San Clemente requests that the city includes a line item in the city's budget every year to maintain the Ridge Route Trail. Please use the $86,000 grant money for trail use signs and trail fencing to save the open space along the Ridge Route Trail. Just let me say that we as Rancho San Clemente, we've been pretty good citizens all these years, but it just seems like we get neglected and ignored. Maybe we're not as big and powerful as Talega or Forster, but we are a community within a community, and we do try to maintain it, but we need some help. Just a little cooperation along the lines that have been outlined here will really help us, and I think that the city will benefit. Certainly, it will be a much safer environment. So, thank you.
Thank you. Larry, and following Larry will be Bob Baker.
Good evening, Council. Larry Culbertson, representing the Historical Society. I've come tonight with an announcement and with some thank yous. This coming Saturday, February 23, is San Clemente Day, commemorating the 91st anniversary of the incorporation of San Clemente in 1928. As part of the celebration, we will be dedicating the weather vane that we've created, which is a replica of the one that was originally atop the Ole Hansen Beach Club. We presented it to you last December, and it's finally going up. The installation will occur tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., but the dedication will be Saturday at 10 a.m. This project was funded by the generous contribution from the San Clemente Women's Club. We also want to thank City Manager James Maxinoff and Assistant City Manager Eric Sun for helping make this project happen. The weather vane was recreated by a longtime community volunteer, Lisa Spinelli, and manufactured by Paul and David Turney and Paul Lintz. Crane service for the installation of the prototype and the finished product was donated by Randall Boone Sign Lighting and Crane and Rod's Tree Service. We hope to see you all there at the Beach Club on Saturday. And now for a separate thank you for the archives and storage space that you've allowed the Historical Society to rent. We began to move in on February 2. Our archivist is ecstatic. The space is wonderful. We are again extremely thankful for the help that Mr. Maxinoff and Mr. Sun provided in making this space available. Also the city staff and you, Council, for approving it. But we also want to thank some former and current city council members who tried to get space for us over the years. Lori Donchek tried very hard to get space for us in the library about 6 years ago. Chris Ham tried to get us into the old shuffleboard court. Tim Brown pushed for the space that we finally got. There are others, but they've slipped out of my memory now. So to all of you, thank you.
Thank you very much. By the way, I just thought I'd mention while you're going to the events on Saturday, there is a fishing tournament on the pier for Fish for Life is having it, and I get to welcome everybody there at 8:30 on Saturday morning. So you're welcome to come down and join us and watch the kids and do the fish tournament and have a good time. Bob Baker, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I've been wearing a party hat for about the last 10 days in celebration of the fabulous hospital lawsuit victory. I just wanted to come tonight and speak about it just a little bit, because it's been an odd thing, because if you all read the judge's opinion, he talked about the hospital group's a public benefit nonprofit corporation. Now, if you think about those words and you think they're a public benefit corporation, why are they suing the people that they're supposed to be benefiting? It's a very odd place to be. Anyway, it's a great victory. I want to congratulate everybody that had a hand in this fabulous outcome. I want to especially thank Gus, Steve, Nick, Carol, Debbie, Terry, Mike, Sanan, Pete, Randy, Donna, Warren, Renee, Jean, Dawn, Sandra, Lyle, Kathy, and 13,000 other people that signed the petition to help this lawsuit. If you read the judge's decision, this was powerful, powerful stuff. The residents showed up at countless meetings and the judge heard them. I also want to thank the city legal team from BBK led by Mr. Scott Smith, Mal Richardson, and Jeff Dunn. You guys did a fabulous job on that. I want to thank city staff led by City Manager James Maxinoff and Assistant City Manager Eric Sun. Those guys did a great job of being facilitators and getting all this stuff together. I want to thank the Planning Commission, because the Planning Commission saw things exactly the same as the City Council did. And as we all know, it doesn't always happen that way. I want to thank City Council, especially Chris Ham, who led this fight. I want to thank you, Kathy, for being a big supporter of this for a long time. And special thanks to you, Steve. Some people up here campaigned on settling. Part of their trying to get elected thing was, too many lawsuits, we should settle these lawsuits, all that. Well, when you got elected, you didn't do that. You fought the fight and stood up for it, and so I want to thank you for that. Because it's easy to settle these lawsuits with these big corporations with gigantic legal departments. It's much more difficult to stand up for what's right, and that's exactly what happened in this case. And frankly, I don't care what some of the naysayers that come up and stand here and tell you how terrible this is and we're spending too much. They're wrong. You have to stand up and fight for these things when you're right, and you guys are right on this. Yeah, the hospital's still closed, but if we'd folded our cards and let Memorial do what they wanted to do, that hospital and emergency room would be gone forever. And now they're not. We got a chance to have it open again. So thank you very much, and thank you to all those people in the hospital fight.
Thank you very much. George Gregory and then Mr. Bieber.
George Gregory, still a criminal, North Beach. I'd like to talk today about persecution for profit and what the City Council and it seems our government is very common of doing. In the multifamily areas, we ticket people just for getting in the way of the street sweeper, while everybody else gets a waiver. This type of spot laws and spot enforcement is very cruel and very mean. It also puts a fiscal challenge on probably the people who are most fiscally challenged in our neighborhoods, in our community. You take a whopping $53 for blocking the street sweeper, If you get too many tickets in a row, your freedom and your license will be in jeopardy. In the meantime, everybody else gets a waiver in the community. And I'd just like to know, are we that filthy and disgusting down there by the beach in the multifamily areas? Are our car tires perceived to be that much more dirtier than the rest of the communities? So these laws happen a lot, like the ladder law. Cox Cable, big, powerful, rich corporation, gets a waiver. Poor George, poor Bill, poor Joe down the street get a ticket because they simply stored a ladder on their truck. The neighbors wouldn't appreciate it if they unloaded it and loaded it every night and every morning also. So when are we going to start being nicer and stop persecution for profit? That is exactly what these laws are. Okay? So we live here too. We are part of the community. What's a community without their citizens? You trying to drive us all to homelessness? Guess we could camp out at the Miramar Theater. So, folks, you got to make this fair. You got to make it fair somehow. You have the right to keep a ladder on your council's car, but I can't keep one on my truck, on my ladder rack, securely fastened to it. So this is just mean stuff. I mean, I've worked with people with superior educations, and they're just happier being a finished carpenter. They're great to work with. They're entertaining. They know a lot. But they just don't like academia. They just want to work. So this could happen to your children or your children. You know, they may just go into the trades too. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with an American worker. And there's nothing wrong with being a little fiscally challenged. The thing is, if you're going to do it to somebody, you got to do it to the rest of us. So that's what I'm trying to get to. The spot enforcement and spot laws are just mean. And I don't think we live in a mean community. But I'm having a hell of a time changing this. I brought in a petition with 200 signatures. Just throw it back in my face. Okay? Now I know that we can do better as a community. And the thing is, the best way we can be a community is to treat everybody equally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Bieber. And then Brad.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. This is kind of a repeat of my previous comments from a few weeks ago addressing constitutional rights to address your council members directly in a public forum. In a previous meeting, I was directing comments to Kathy Ward, and she interrupted me, suggesting that the mayor enforce a rule that the residents could not address their councilwoman directly or member directly, and that I should be removed and or arrested. Well, we've gone through this and we've determined, I'm sure you've spoken to council, that there is no law that would prevent a resident from addressing the representative directly. As we just saw, the former mayor address several people directly. It seems like you can only get in trouble for that if you criticize a member directly. So at this point, I'm going to direct my comments directly to Councilwoman Ward and ask her to comment about something. St. Clemente Life is on Facebook, and it serves as kind of the de facto town hall, either town crier or news agency. Allows citizens to post a variety of things. It's utilized by city council members. It's read by city council staff. And so I was very surprised when I saw this post by Councilwoman Ward stating that, unfortunately, St. Clemente Life was purchased and turned into this. They put it on a separate page, but the damage has been done. Michael Brown recognizes the same 5 people have been assigned to promote Dan Bain, Gene James, and Laura Ferguson. This is all the page is turned into. I think Jim Halberg purchased this page along with Jim Bieber because it reeks of Bieber. Now what's very bizarre, Ms. Ward, and you can make eye contact with me, it's okay, is that this is a complete lie and a fabrication and something you made up. But what's so bizarre about this particular lie, and you tell so many, is it's almost one that I don't want to address. Because what a fabulous thing to think that people would assume that I own St. Clemente Life on Facebook. Because everybody likes it, and everybody goes to it, and everybody uses it as a source. And what's weird is that you tell this lie, and what's weird is that nobody in this room, nobody that I know, nobody that's going to watch this, would think that San Clemente life on Facebook reeks. Everybody enjoys it except for one person who's so thin-skinned, lashed out at the owners of it, which aren't me, because they allowed people to criticize her. Now, we'll get back to the previous comments that I made where you interrupted me and said that the mayor should direct the sheriff to have me removed for addressing you directly. So you're not saying anything now, so maybe you've learned a lesson that the citizens can address you directly. And with that nodding of your head in agreement that you're doing right now, I can see that you're in a full agreement with me. Thank you.
Brad. Council members and citizens, I wasn't going to speak to this tonight, but since Bob Baker did, I think it's fair that the city understands that what Bob Baker said was just misinformation. Public benefit companies have the right to sue just like anybody else. They sued because the property was vindictively rezoned by this council as emergency room only. That's the only thing they could do to protect their interest. He says, look at the lawsuit as a big win. No, it wasn't. You have to understand, I'm sure Dan can explain it to you, this was a writ action that was decided, not the lawsuit. Writ actions are based on the record, not on proof. And the judge only found that at this point, arbitrary and capriciousness could not be proven, not that it couldn't be proven with evidence. But more importantly, he did a roadmap for the hospital to follow on the last 3 pages of the opinion for an inverse condemnation lawsuit. And again, it's too deep for here, but the city runs a big risk of losing this lawsuit. And as I've said to the council on 3 emails, none of which have been responded to, if the city wins, what do we win? We get to spend all the money we're going to keep spending on lawyers. And compared to Bob, that's a good thing. And then, when we win, there will be no hospital emergency room on that site. So Bob says we preserve the right to have a hospital. No, we haven't, because Memorial Care has stated they will not build an emergency room on that site. Nobody fights lawsuit when, if you win, you lose, except for our city. And this money being spent, it's going to be a theme I'm going to talk to tonight a number of times. We're spending money like it's going out of style. Our budget deficit this year is $6.6 million we're taking out of the general fund and reducing the general fund. You keep telling us it's a balanced budget, but $6.6 million, at least the way I read the numbers, I could be wrong, is a reduction in the general fund from 22 million to 15 million. That's a lot of money to come out of our general fund reserves. It leaves us a very short amount, $3 million over the emergency. But more importantly, what did we win? I want somebody in this council to tell me what we won when we won that writ action. And other than not losing, we won nothing except spending a lot of money. I defy anybody in this council that votes in favor of continuing this lawsuit, not rezoning, to simply tell the citizens, if we win, what do we win? And if that answer is an emergency room, tell me who's building it and where. I think those are simple questions. And if you can't answer on that property, that emergency room will be built the minute we win this lawsuit, end the lawsuit. And I want to thank you, but it'll save the citizens $500,000 to $1 million. If we lose, we're going to have to pay the hospital their legal fees, and that's going to be millions of dollars. Why would we take that risk? Thank you.
Okay. Could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
Sorry, Joanne, actually, I had a quick question from the follow-up there, and a point of privilege if I could, since I was addressed. The budget deficit, could we check to confirm whether that $6.6 million number is accurate?
Yes, I'm going to look into that.
Okay. So Mr. Baker did come up earlier and speak, and I just wanted to make sure that the people in the community do understand that the lawsuit is not over yet. As Mr. Malamud said, there are 2 parts to the lawsuit. The first one was a writ action that we won, and there was very good language there. And frankly, I think it was a win for the city because it validated that the actions taken were lawful and that the city was well within its rights to take those actions. The second part of the lawsuit is the damages phase to determine whether or not it was in fact an inverse condemnation. That is still going to go forward. That is still the damages portion of the lawsuit. So I don't want anyone to have the misapprehension that that lawsuit is over, because it's not. I think we're on a lot better footing than we were before that first decision came out. But I want people to understand that the case is not over yet. So that needs to be clear. We are working as a council to get a hospital back. We're still looking at whatever options we have to do that. So I don't want there to be misperception out there that the win of the first part of this lawsuit means we're going to have a hospital back, because that's not true. And it's not correct. We're working towards that. The litigation alone is not going to get us there. Final point is, there is a constitutional right to address each of us individually. I don't think there's much of a question of that. So I think from a policy perspective going forward, we're going to make sure that we do not interfere with people's First Amendment rights and vice versa. I'll make an ask. We're here to serve each of you. We're people like each of you are, and I will say it's difficult to sit here at the dais and have personal attacks lodged at us. You get to do it, it's your right, and we'll sit here and listen to it, but we're going to work with the community better if we're able to engage in a respectful dialogue, both from the dais and with the community back to us. And I understand that there are frustrations out there, and Mr. Bieber should not have been interrupted last time, and neither should have Brad. But I would just ask that if you're going to come up and you're going to take the time to come speak to the council, that you address us with respect, and I promise you we will do the same in return. We will try to address whatever concerns that you have in an expeditious manner. So I'll leave it at that.
I'll entertain a motion regarding the waiving of in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
I move that we waive a full reading of the resolutions.
And I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. So moved.
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Yeah, there's action to report that is the settlement of the second lawsuit listed under B, City of San Clemente versus Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor. It's the case number that ends in 331. That agreement needs to be executed by TCA, and once it is, it'll be a public record available for public inspection. Oh, I'm sorry, the council voted unanimously to approve that settlement in this last meeting.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of items C, H, J, and K. Yes.
Any others from any of the city council members?
G.
Council member wishes to pull G, as in George. Yes. I don't know, I have to start to say Chris out of G. I'll entertain a motion to move the balance. All in favor?
Aye.
C.
I'm sorry, what is this on?
C. As in candy, C.
That's me. Mr. Malamud.
Council, I'd like to be quick on these items, but I think the theme I want to impress upon the council tonight is that you're spending our money. On this item, I had two questions. Staff was nice enough to get back to me on most of the issues I raised, but didn't explain why two January 25th and January 29th invoices were paid by check rather than through the regular procedures. And the second item, but I'm not complaining about the amounts, I'm just shocked why that was and no explanation was provided. But I am complaining about the $47,357.07, which is TCA. My understanding was that that TCA matter was a contingency matter. If it was within the contingency, fine, but $250,000 was spent last year, and the contingency, I understand, was $90,000. All I would like is an explanation, and it can be approved if it's within the retainer and what the council agreed to.
but no response was given to me, so I assume it wasn't. So maybe you could explain it before approving it.
The first part of Mr. Malamud's question refers to a couple of checks that we wrote for the Memorial Care lawsuit. We had some expert witness testimony that was provided to us, an appraiser and a hospital use expert. They requested payment, they submitted invoices, and we took care of that. That's why it went through the way it did. And for the other issue, I'll leave that to Scott to explain on the TCA issue.
Mayor and Council, I have input as a contractor and not as your legal advisor on this. Scott Smith for Best and Krieger. We have two matters regarding business relating to TCA. One is the lawsuit that's pending in Riverside Superior Court, but there's other work that that agency generates in terms of critiquing their EIR, critiquing their process, and most especially experts in the realm of traffic counts and transportation projections that are built separately. They're not part of that lawsuit. There are a separate set of experts and lawyers working on that, but what's within the realm of that Riverside Court proceeding is not billed. It's deferred on a contingent fee basis. This is the remainder of work that TCA generates around here.
We need to now read what?
No, you're just moving the warrant register and payroll register, correct?
We have to name the title.
Move that we move item C.
No, we have
The whole thing?
Yeah, just the title, just they had a warrant register in item C, all right?
The whole thing?
No. Just say that you're making a motion to approve the warrant register and the payroll register.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Item H.
I think G is first.
The simple one, G, is an issue that I've had with where the funds are going to be going if we are successful in this. So as per usual, as I've done in the past, I'm going to oppose it. So just wanted that for the record. I'm going to oppose item G. So
You're going to oppose?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the first part you said was because the money.
Yeah, so we've been dealing with this, I think, for about a year now, Dan, and one of the biggest issues with this is the monies that could be recovered from this lawsuit would go back towards funding more treatment, which in the first place was unregulated, and I just have issues with, we're putting the cart before the horse essentially in this process, and so I just can't be supportive of what we're doing.
Well, are there other options in terms of how we use the funding that you suggest?
No, because the problem is, so not only do we get an opportunity to see how we use the funding, but a portion of that automatically goes towards treatment, which is an unregulated industry at this point. And so we talked about this at length before, and I'm willing to discuss it again, but just fundamentally, I have a serious concern with that. So.
Do you have any input on this?
Honestly, I'm drawing a blank on this issue. It's been a while since we considered it and discussed it in closed session, and I'm drawing a blank right now.
I'm probably going to do a really poor job of boiling it down, but essentially the lawsuit is saying that the medical industry malfeasance in the fact that they've overprescribed opioids to the greater population, and because of that there's been ramifications through every community that joins on to this lawsuit. The issue that I have is not that any of that's false or accurate or either way, it's that the monies that could be recouped from this, a substantial portion of those will go back into the treatment industry, which as of yet is unregulated, and that was one of the biggest problems that we had in this community was the unregulated portion of the treatments. So
I'm sorry.
Well, I would imagine, wouldn't we have conditions as to where that money could go to, and as far as confirming that it's only going to go to legit, I would prefer publicly or nonprofit-run operations?
Yeah, it's a class action lawsuit, so whatever settlement the class comes up with is kind of the settlement. We could reject our share of that.
Yeah, I don't see any, I understand where Chris is coming from, but there's really no play in it, we've got no control on it, and if all we can say is, don't give us any money.
That's about what it comes to.
Yeah, okay.
May I? I know it's well known, Orange County has some of the highest deaths, overdoses from the opioid crisis. I mean, that's no surprise, and I feel that if we can even save one life, that's a good thing. So I'm going to support this.
So I think for me, I mean, I wasn't involved when the initial agreement was executed, so this is a new issue, and frankly, I haven't seen the contingency agreement and the issues that we're talking about with the money, so I'm wondering if we can table this. Is there any time frame for executing this to have the discussion about what exactly we're going to try to achieve with this and where this money is going? Because I don't want to approve something if there was past conversations about the money and issues and I wasn't involved with that, so I think
We can continue this item and bring it back.
Yeah, I don't have a problem continuing it, although I'm going to say, as part of a class action, I don't know how much of us being the tail can wag the dog as far as, what comes out of it, other than we can restrict ourselves, or no, we can, in our acceptance, I would think we could then even load up and predetermine in whatever motion we do to approve it, that should we receive any funds, the conditions of how those are going to be spent by the city are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In other words, we can come in when we pass it, when it comes back to us to pass, and we can control in our motion how the money is going to be spent by the city. And the fact is that we will only spend it on recovery or assistance that we verify, that we stand behind, that we understand, and we believe in. So we can eliminate the sovereigns of this world as far as us funding them. So I agree to table it myself.
Sure, and just to confirm, since the item's up, do we have that ability, as Mayor Swartz is suggesting, to funnel the money that we recover towards valid sources, or? I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing it's a class action and we don't get to.
So I'll jump on that. So both those points are accurate. So there's a larger pool of money that is predetermined to go to services, right, that we have no control over. But Steve is right. If we are successful, there's a portion of funds that comes directly to the city, and we oversee how those funds are spent. So.
I'd like to mention, I'm sorry, that I thought part of what we got back was to reimburse the city for all of our services that we are providing, the fourth firefighter, everything that we've had to do to protect.
I don't want to say that with utmost confidence, but I thought part of the money that we received was then going to go back to reimburse us and possibly even reimburse OCSD for their efforts in this and reimburse us for our efforts against the sober living home. So I remember that part of it, and we'll come back to you as part of the next item with more information on that. But
We'll get that from the team.
All right, so do we have to table it to?
Continue
or
it.
Continue it to a date uncertain?
That's
fine. Yeah,
We'll continue it to the next meeting, and we'll be able to pull it together by then.
Okay. Do you need a motion on that, or we're okay?
Joanne?
That's okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, item H.
It's me again. See, one of the problems is that card you read doesn't have a name on it because it's illegal to ask names, but we demand it in this city. I just want us to comply with the law. On this item, though, you're asking for $18,000 for no specific purpose to hire legislative lobbyists. I don't understand ever approving $18,000 when we don't even know why they're lobbying us or if it's effective. From what I understand, with the Democratic legislature, we don't get anything we want in Sacramento. And we have somebody fighting for us named Bill Bro. We couldn't get our emergency room. We couldn't get TCA. We can't get anything. $18,000 may not sound like a lot of money to some of you, but to a lot of the citizens, that's a lot of money, and it goes a good way towards paying sheriff salaries, and we're inadequately funding that. So I would say, unless the staff report says a specific purpose, this 18,000, I'd just say no. And if we need to lobby something, then let's address that, get a price for it, and tell the citizens why we're spending $18,000. Thank you.
I'll move that.
Actually, I just want 1 second. What can we disclose about what those servicers are doing right now beyond, if anything, the staff report? I think people should know. I mean, I can tell you very generally that there are a lot of issues that the city's been dealing with, whether it's songs or the toll roads or the hospitals that require legislative support and people who know the way around Sacramento. And part of what we're trying to do is to take more than just the litigation approach. It's to hire people that do know their way around Sacramento. And I understand it's a Democratic legislature up there, but we've made inroads. I went up there last year to testify in support of SB 382, and it was a positive experience. And the folks that we had hired to do that were helpful in that regard. So, and just to clarify, Brad, it's 180,000. So
It's even worse.
sure, and I understand that, but it's money that I think is necessary, and I think it's you know, we can't accomplish everything we need to accomplish with litigation alone. And you have to hire people to help. So one of the reasons I was going to pull this item anyway, for this reason, because I want to pull this back, not to have the city manager renew this, but propose that it come back before the council for us to renew, so we can have a discussion and check-in. But otherwise, I'll be supporting the item.
Okay.
I'll second.
And James, maybe you could tell us why the contract went from $60,000 a year in March 1st, 2016 to $180,000.
It went to that amount to help with our advocacy in Sacramento on the TCA, on the toll road project.
So it tripled in less than 3 years.
Yes.
And what successes do we have so far? Can you point some of those out? They were not in the...
May I suggest that since it's going to be coming back,
Mhm.
why don't those would be good questions to go ahead and if you could include those to staff.
Okay,
and let them
fair
know
enough.
they're going to bring something
I have
back.
concerns that some of this is confidential, and I'm not sure that
think
it should be coming back.
I'll let Scott stop me if he sees a need. I think Mr. Aprea and his office provides us with great entree into various offices in Sacramento. And I appreciate everything that Assemblyman Bill Breaux does, and I appreciate everything that Senator Pat Bates does for us. But Mr. Aprea and his office gets us into various offices throughout Sacramento, gets the council into various offices. And I think he's been very successful in getting the city of San Clemente's message heard to a great number of people that maybe we can't do that on our own just through Senator Bates and Assemblyman Breaux. You know, we had some great success with getting legislation in front of the legislature. Unfortunately, it didn't get passed, but he was helpful in doing that. So that's how I think Mr. Aprea helps us out in Sacramento. I think he was also, you know, just to give a prime example, when the city had its housing element a few years ago up for approval by the state Housing and Community Development Department, it was attacked by a local homeless advocate attorney, and he really put us through the ringer on that. And through Mr. Aprea's connections in Sacramento, we were able to get a fair and balanced conversation with the head of HCD. When most cities would just deal with staff people, our conversation was with the head of HCD, and ultimately we had our housing element approved by the state, and the lawsuit had to be dropped by the person.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get a motion to, well, we're going to table this also?
No, it's just, everyone's a bring back, it's a bring back.
It's a bring back?
Automatic approval, and I seconded it.
Okay, we have a motion, and we have a second to bring it back. And no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye. I'm voting no.
Okay. Motion carried 4-1.
Let's see. Okay, now we're on J, that's the contract award, comprehensive cost of service study of the city's wastewater utility.
Council, this one, I mean, I guess we're going to keep spending money, but this one seems strange. Bids went from $25,370 to, I think, $75,000. We accepted one for $57,000, and the explanation was that the work plan was the best by this group. That was the entire explanation. The staff member who signed and prepared this report is unqualified, and when I asked about it, no qualifications were provided. It was a former billing clerk. There's no expertise in reviewing bids. If these 6 or 7, there were 7 bids, if they were all qualified, let's take the cheapest one. I mean, we're spending about $27,000 extra, and the only explanation was they had a better work plan, and then another group we were looking at, the staff we worked with in the past is no longer with the company. Well, that's strange. If the company's qualified, the individual you get, these are arithmetic calculations, if anybody knows. They're boilerplate. The work plan was 4 pages of boilerplate. The name of the city, San Clemente, was not used in any of those 4 pages. No, it was wastewater. And we approved this plan because of that. I urge you to accept the first plan or to revisit this, but not award this, because it's costing us all $27,000. Thank you.
And I can add on this. Evidently, Mr. Malamud isn't that familiar with public works projects. I've only been involved with them for 35 years, so I may have a little better experience than he has in knowledge. The ruling is, and the law and the way it reads on public works and on bids, it is the lowest qualified bidder. And that qualifying portion of it allows a public entity to determine if they believe that the project can be done with a low bid, and that the people can accomplish that. And in most cases, when it's not awarded to the lowest bid, it's because they took a hard look at the numbers, or as you would say, they added up their ledger. But they look at the details in those numbers because there was an estimate before that. And what they determined was that the person could not be paying prevailing wages and bring it in at that price, and therefore we would have a claim or problems down the road, and therefore you go with the lowest responsible bidder, and that's what they did in this case.
That's not stated in the staff report anywhere, Steve, with all due respect.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
That would be, that's J, right? J, contract award, comprehensive cost of service study, the city's wastewater utility. And it's been moved and seconded. Additional conversation? All in favor?
No.
Aye.
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
The next item is agreement for legal services with O'Melveny and Myers.
Again, Steve, nothing you said was in the staff report, so you must be gleaning it from some sorcerer somewhere. As far as O'Melveny and Myers, no retainer was given to us. The bid was increased from $25,000 to $100,000. Staff responded to my inquiries and would not tell me what matter or what expertise was being used. You can speak to Dan, who works for a very prestigious firm. O'Melveny is one of the most expensive firms in California, and I don't think for $100,000 you can open a file there. I think unless the city understands and the residents understand why we're spending $100,000, that's virtually half the sheriff. You approved $180,000 earlier for, between the two of those, you'd have enough money to hire another sheriff. I think what you're doing tonight is fiscally irresponsible. I think this one, if you're telling me that no other firm, I can't imagine that our old firm Rattan or Best and Krieger can't do this work. So it leads me to another question: why was O'Melveny retained in the first place? And unless the city gets an explanation, then it's a closed session item, not an open session. I would ask that if you approve this tonight, we get a copy of the retainer, we know what matter it is and why O'Melveny was hired. Otherwise, let's get a municipal law firm that costs about a quarter of the rates of what this firm is going to charge our city.
Any comments from the council?
Yes, in the spirit of transparency, the report doesn't indicate a description of what the legal costs will be, and $100,000 is not a lot of money to a firm that as prestigious as this, as Mr. Malamud had indicated. But I'm all about transparency and being upfront and honest with the funding we're asking taxpayers to pay for, so I will be declining to support this.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes, Kathy?
I disagree. I think it clearly states the amount is not to exceed 100,000, so we do know what the amount is. So I'm going to be supportive of it, but I do have a question for Scott. Why is this on the open session? There was a comment about it being a closed session.
I don't think you can engage professional services in closed session, and so that's why.
Okay, thank you. So I'll move item K.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No.
Motion carried in 4-1.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. This evening's public hearing is to consider a city-initiated amendment to San Clemente Municipal Code Title 17, the zoning ordinance, regarding the regulation of development of accessory dwelling units for consistency with state law.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Amy Stonich, and I'll be providing a brief presentation on the draft ordinance for accessory dwelling units, or as they're more commonly called, ADUs. Accessory dwelling units are seen by the state as a valuable means to provide affordable housing in California. Recent amendments from state legislature went into effect on January 1st, 2017, and minor amendments have been made since that time. The city may adopt an ordinance to designate areas where ADUs are permitted and establish limited development standards. However, if no ordinance is adopted, then we must use the state code. Since the implementation in 2017, we've seen about a dozen ADUs in San Clemente, which equates to about 6 per year. This actually represents a very small percentage of our population. So what exactly is an ADU? An ADU is a secondary dwelling unit with complete independent living facilities for one or more persons. ADUs generally take 3 forms. Detached, the unit is separated from the primary structure. Attached, the unit is attached to the primary structure. Or repurposed living space. This is living area within the primary residence that is converted into an independent living unit. The ADU law states that ADUs must be allowed in all residential zones that allow single-family residential uses. But the ADU law does allow a city to limit them based on criteria such as adequacy of water and sewer services and the impact of ADUs on traffic flow and public safety. At the prior direction of the City Council, staff prepared a traffic analysis to identify areas that might suffer adverse traffic impacts due to ADUs. Ultimately, the analysis concludes that development of ADUs would not cause significant impact. This was also reviewed by our Public Works traffic engineer, who concurred with this report. So we've drafted the ADU ordinance to allow them in any residentially zoned property which contains one detached single-family dwelling. The zones would include residential and some of the mixed-use zones. Ultimately, the single-family dwelling with the ADU cannot exceed the density for the lot and is limited to 50% lot coverage. Additional development and design standards have been incorporated to ensure that the most stringent regulations are incorporated. This will ensure that ADUs are compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. In conclusion, the city has historically allowed ADUs, formerly called second residential units. Now the ADU law limits how cities can regulate ADUs, including parking requirements, development standards, and the permit entitlement process. However, based on what we've seen, there are only a handful that are built each year, and with the changes we are able to implement, we anticipate that ADUs will be a positive way to address affordable housing and meet our regional housing needs allocation. Thank you for your consideration tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Yeah, I do know. I was brought in the middle of one last year from someone I've known only 25 years here in the city that wanted to put one in. And I think this is a good move because we're now taking it away from having to follow state regulations, and we now can fold it into our own, and we have a little better control on it without having to go through. It was like a circus getting the last one done because of going back and forth of what we needed in our city and the state not having that clear in their thing. So it was really a mess. So thank you for bringing this up to us. Anything from any other council members?
Yeah, Amy, I just want to clarify, you're recommending this evening a 1,200 square foot maximum size on new ADUs, but if you're splitting the size of a home, then there is no maximum. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but we do have the ability to change those numbers.
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Also, we have the ability to change, I was looking under what is permitted and the standards, and one of them is C, it says may be rented long-term, and then parentheses, it says except where short-term rentals are designated. Do we have discretion over that?
We do have discretion over whether
Why that was
they...
in there, is that a state wording?
No, we do have the ability to regulate the short-term rentals.
Okay.
However, of course,
Okay.
there are limitations in a separate section of our short-term rental ordinance. So I would defer to our city attorney for anything that might affect that.
Okay, we'll talk about that then later.
Well, just on that comment, I mean, I think that's just indicating that if an ADU is being put in a zone that allows STLUs, you're also going to allow the ADU to be an STLU use as well, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So except those areas that are designated for STLUs, and then only in full compliance with all applicable STLU regulations, including remittance of transient occupancy tax.
Correct, so we're not making an exemption for additional STLUs. Just want to make that very clear.
That's very...
Yeah.
Yeah, not presuming
correct.
also that they're going to have to follow the same occupancy rules and laws that we've already passed.
Correct.
Okay.
But, again, do we have discretion over that?
We can limit where we do short-term rentals, or whether they are allowed overall or not.
Entertain a motion?
Oh, no, we have to do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Close the public hearing. We have no cards.
So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation.
You know what, I wanted some discussion before we go ahead and do that, Dan.
Okay,
So, one of the issues I have is looking at this, when you read through it, specifically the ADUs that are in existing properties or dwellings. Basically, what this says is you have the ability to take a home of any size square footage and cut it right down the middle and create two properties or a duplex, essentially. So, I know that staff came up with a recommendation of 1,200 feet. When I was querying staff earlier today, they said that we have the ability to limit the size and scope of these square footage of these types of facilities, and I'm going to recommend that we take a narrower approach and we limit it to 1,000 square feet, both on existing structure ADUs as well as new structure ADUs.
It's not a bad idea. One of the things that, I was surprised at the 1,200 square feet also. If you look in the areas west of the 5, and a lot of in southeast San Clemente, some of the houses originally were only 900 square feet, 950 square feet, and this ADU is more than an original size unit. So I think it accomplishes the housing that we are still trying to provide here. 1,000 feet still does that. I actually thought these were going to be like 650 square feet.
This is the maximum, not a minimum.
I agree, but...
But I do have a question for staff on this.
it's not a bad idea to try to look at limiting it somewhat.
Before we get on, just if I could clarify real quick, Steve. So my biggest issue is when we have a home, when we're talking larger size homes, and we're talking about splitting them down the middle, you're essentially creating two large homes in one area. You're doubling. Okay.
So what I want to ask is, because as I said, I got involved with this before and went round and around the circus on this. Would the state allow us to reduce the size of an ADU within a residence, or because I'm not going to get another pissing match with them?
Mm-hmm.
So is it within the states when they pass the law on this and allowing us to go ahead and pass ordinances in our own, but behind it, does the state allow us to restrict it to 1,000 square feet?
Yes.
That answered that. Thank you.
It is surprising that the state is allowing us to have some local control of the size with everything that we've heard lately. The other comment that I wanted to bring up, and I brought this up before when the ADUs came in, the state did this, and staff said this, a way to provide affordable housing in California. This ADU is being forced on us for housing. And one of the reasons why I wanted to limit vacation rentals was because of housing, because we had people writing to us as council members that were being forced out of their homes so that they could rent to someone from Europe. And these were long-term tenants, and it's very important to me and to our city to protect the housing. I'm not against this housing being added, but I want it to stay housing. So this part where it says, except where short-term rentals are designated, I would rather, these ADUs are for housing. They are not for providing vacation rentals. And I don't want to give that option out for that to happen, because that's not going to help our housing numbers when we go to the state. And we'll be involved in a suit along with Huntington Beach. So this is a way for us to meet our housing, and I think that we should limit it to that, because that's the intent of the bill. So that's what I'm going to be asking for.
That's worth looking into, having the city attorney look into that. You know, I work for another city, and the ADUs, the accessory dwelling units, and JDUs, the junior accessory dwelling units, they cannot be for short-term rentals, but they don't have zones like we do. So, you know, their vacation rentals are everywhere, and they don't have a problem with that, but they do have people sign a contract that they will not be for short-term rentals, that they will be for the affordable housing to, you know, meet their numbers.
Hi, thank you. And just one clarification for the record. If the ADU is used as a short-term lodging unit, we can't count that ADU toward our RENA numbers, and right now we are counting the accessory dwelling units as part of our RENA numbers in the moderate income category, where we are the most efficient.
So in other words, if we eliminate the ability to use it as a short-term rental, then that allows us to continue to cover it under our requirements in those numbers. Is that right?
That's correct.
But if we allow short-term rentals in there, then we won't be able to use it.
That's correct.
So that is the primary reason why I would support the concept of disallowing short-term rentals, only because that's an important thing.
It is, and I think that's one of the things that I said a couple years ago when I think Lori Donchek and I were on it, is that we can't say that we're trying to get housing if we're not protecting it. We're leaving it on the back end where it's going to vacation rentals. So I'm happy to do that, but I'm also, I think that we should consider the 1,000 square feet. I think that's adequate. These are supposed to be accessory units to the main house, and you don't want to create two big houses. It's supposed to be an accessory dwelling.
They used to, weren't they called grandma's rooms or something? Grandma flats, yeah. Granny flats, yes.
So can I just ask a question? So it talked about, in terms of the size, and I guess, 200 square feet, what are we trying to accomplish there? I mean, if there's room on the property, and the way that I'm reading this, it is subject to parking regulations, requirements, development standards. There's already an imposition that it has to be a lot that's sufficient for this type of a property. Am I reading that incorrectly? Can you clarify that, please?
And it can't cover more than 50% of the property, so I think that takes a lot into it, yeah.
I guess my point is if I mean, it's going to be, it's like a variance, right? It's going to depend upon the lot and the conditions of the particular property. You're not just saying that everybody can go out and do 1,200 square feet on every property, or that you can split a house. I think we should leave it at 1,200, and if the lot is appropriate, then they can do the 1,200 square feet. If they have a gigantic lot, great, grandma's going to have a lot of room. Otherwise, you know, I've got a kid on the way, so I've got to think about stuff like that. So I think it just needs to be specific, and if we have the development standards and the coverage and the density limitations there, then we should just let it be, you know, sort of lot specific, I think, so.
I don't think you're going to need to put her in another separate house yet.
Well, we'll see.
Did you have a question that you wanted to ask the staffer?
No, I guess the question, I think she nodded, I was going to have her clarify, but anything I said is incorrect, you can certainly tell me, but I think that's what your presentation was alluding to, is that there are still standards that have to be applied.
That's correct.
You're not going to put a 1,200 square foot ADU on.
That's correct.
Especially if there's like 1,500 square feet in the whole lot.
That's right. And there are setbacks that are very stringent and a lot coverage, and it cannot exceed the density, so.
So it's going to follow setback, it's going to follow the density as far as the lot itself. And
lot
it's,
coverage.
and it still has to go through planning, it still has to be covered, and they're going to cover all that. So I personally would like to incorporate Kathy's recommendation that we eliminate the STLUs, and I personally would go ahead and leave the 1,200, because I don't think there's a big a difference between 200 square feet one way or the other.
So my biggest issue here, Steve, and to your point, Dan, is that it's not necessarily about the additional dwellings that are being built on site, it's for the repurposed living space and your ability to bisect it and create two properties that are 2,500 square feet. If you have a 5,000 square foot property already built, you can bifurcate that, and now you have two 2,500 square foot properties. So my concern is more so with the repurposed living space than it is the new dwelling units. So
what if we do 1,200 across the board?
Yeah, that's where I was going to go with that. So if we're making it 1,200 across the board as maximum size, then I'm comfortable with that.
I would just clarify that for the repurposed living space, you cannot put a limitation on it.
Ooh, I did not catch that before.
It's existing.
Right, so imagine you're taking an existing house, as Councilmember Ham mentioned, and splitting it in half. So you can't take that away from someone. There's not a limitation. It's actually exempt from many of the requirements when it's repurposed living space, including parking requirements, setbacks, and so forth.
Welcome to the state of California. Okay, thank you very much. So would you like to make the motion with the, or do we still have?
Can I just ask just one other quick question? So if we limit ADUs, so we have zones that allow for STLUs in certain areas of town. And can we tell them they can't use an ADU for, say they want to use it at first as a granny flat and subsequently they want to convert it? Is there any issue that we're running afoul there of sort of making these sort of special uses within an STLU zone?
From the ADU perspective, no, but I would have to look at the STLU ordinance to see whether or not there were additional requirements with that. Imagine if you had 100 STLUs that have been approved as part of the ordinance that's in effect now. That a very small portion of those, most of them are multifamily, so they have 4 or 5 units, and they're renting short-term lodging in 2 or 3 of those units, or all of them. This is only allowed where a single-family detached home, not even an attached home, is at to start with. So it limits the number of the 100. The ones that would qualify on all of those lots might be a very small percentage. I'd say probably 10-15% of that 100.
So I guess I'll go about it a different way. Why would somebody that has an STLU go for an ADU anyway or want to convert it? Because wouldn't they be able, if they can use a property for an STLU, can they add on to it subject to the development limitations for that lot anyway?
If they have the STLU, that
I was trying to think as to when this
whether they
would have-
wouldn't go backwards, or
Yeah, if they have an STLU, why would they do an ADU in the first place if they can?
you get relief from parking requirements is especially one that might be, that's what we have seen for the ADU. So for example, if you were to build this, we'll call it a duplex, you would be required to have the parking for both the main residence and the second unit, whereas if it's an ADU, you're only required to have the parking for the main residence. That's one of the biggest reasons why an ADU is beneficial.
So in the staff report, it says city may establish limited ADU standards, including but not limited to parking.
Yes, there are some limitations on the parking, though.
Okay.
Whenever you, and I could give different scenarios, but typically a single-family house that has an ADU in the rear, if it was to place the ADU in the garage, the existing detached garage, we see that a lot here, you would not need to build a new garage. You would just need 2 parking spaces on the driveway to replace the housing for the house. If you're within a certain radius, and we have, there's a map that's attached to your report that shows the areas that would not be required to have additional parking for the ADU. So only the driveway parking spaces for the house.
And the parking was one of the key factors that put me in that little circus that we had with the ADU, because it became such an issue.
I have a map here if it helps. So all the areas that are in purple are exempt from, because they're within the distance to public transit, they are exempt from the requirement of having additional parking for the ADU.
And a quick question about the HOAs. What if someone wanted to put an ADU in an HOA neighborhood? Wouldn't they need to go to their HOA for approval for that?
They would, and it's my understanding that legislation is coming that may affect whether or not they have any implications on that. However, they are signing CC&Rs with their homeowners association, so typically we ask them to get that approval first. However, we would still have to issue the permit, and it would be a civil matter between them and their HOA.
Great, thank you.
As most homeowners associations will require them to get an approval from the city before they even apply to the HOA. So that's just a comment.
I have a quick question. Joanne or Scott, the first number 1 of staff recommendation says that we are implementing those assembly bills and the Senate bills. Is that where we should put in our limitation on vacation rentals, or the second part? Okay, all right. But where would I read it, in the first part or the second part?
Just when you make your motion, if it's to exclude STLU opportunities, you strike that from the draft that's on that page.
Okay, okay. So I'll move that we adopt staff recommendation. We find and determine that the ordinance is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under Public Resources Code Section 21080.17, which exempts from CEQA any ordinance that is adopted to implement Government Code Section 65852.1 or 65852.2. This ordinance implements Section 65852.2 as amended by Senate Bill SB 1069, Assembly Bill AB 2299, AB 2406, AB 229, AB 494, and AB 2406. Introduce ordinance number 1668 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California for city-initiated amendment, zoning amendment 18-243 of the City of San Clemente Municipal Code Title 17 for accessory dwelling units. And I would also add that on page 7A-9 of this staff report, under E for standards, number B, occupancy and tenancy. Number 2 would say, an ADU may be rented long-term, longer than 30 days. The ADU may not be rented on a short-term basis, i.e. for 30 or fewer days, and strike the rest that says exempt within those areas that are designated for STLUs, and then only in full compliance with all applicable STLU regulations, including remittance of transient occupancy tax.
I have a motion and a second. You can hand that to her so she can. Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Unanimous this time.
Okay. Next is a report from the Community Development Director concerning an update and request for council direction on thrift store zoning amendment 17-043, regulation of check cashers, pawnbrokers, secondhand dealers, and smoke and tobacco shops.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Gabriel Perez, your City Planner. The purpose of this item tonight is to inform the City Council of zoning code draft amendments that were prepared by staff that would establish regulations for second-hand stores, check cashiers, pawnbrokers, and smoke and tobacco shops. Staff's also requesting council direction on further processing the code amendments. Some background to this: October 4, 2016, council provided direction to staff to prepare the draft regulations for these businesses. Currently, the San Clemente Municipal Code does not regulate these businesses specifically. Staff has determined that these businesses would be allowed by right, as there would be similar to other retail uses permitted in the neighborhood commercial, community commercial, and mixed-use zones. This draft ordinance would create a definition for secondhand stores, check cashers, pawnbrokers, smoke and tobacco shops. It would also establish a permit process for these businesses. The ordinance identifies that these would require approval of a conditional use permit. That requires approval by the Planning Commission. It also establishes distance requirements for these businesses. For example, for thrift stores, pawn shops, and check cashiers, they'd be required to be 100 feet from sensitive land uses such as residential zones, schools, and parks. The exception would be smoke shops, which would be required to be at a distance of 300 feet from these sensitive uses. There's also distance requirements for these businesses from each other. For example, a thrift store could not be within 100 feet of another thrift store. So this would apply to new businesses, not existing businesses. There would also be performance standards. So all these businesses would be restricted to operate from the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There would also be performance standards for windows and lighting, as well as security plans. This item was presented to the Planning Commission on October 17, 2018, and the Planning Commission did consider this item. There were store owners and managers of thrift stores, as well as smoke shops, that did provide public testimony. The main concern by Planning Commission concerned regulation of thrift stores, and if there was sufficient evidence to show that these should be regulated further. Planning Commission also requested that the City Council provide some clarification on the problem that's to be solved by establishing these new regulations. Staff is requesting council direction on the following alternatives: direct staff to maintain the proposed zoning amendments as is and move the amendments forward, or 2, direct staff to remove or revise references to thrift stores in the zoning amendment and move forward with all the other amendments for check cashiers, for pawnbrokers, and smoke and tobacco shops, or direct staff to stop work on these zoning code amendments. That's the end of my staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. Any questions before I open up? We have a bunch of cards on this. No? All right. Our first card is a Kimberly Anderson. And after Kimberly will be Pat Sereno.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here on behalf of my store, which I own on the Coast Highway, Sweet Repeat Consignment. I have been at that facility for 8 years, and so I'm just concerned of why this is now even coming after 8 years of being in business to being tabled by the City Council to rezone that area. So at the last meeting, I think it was communicated that we kind of felt discriminated against in a way that because we are secondhand, or I'm 100% consignment and only women's clothing. there's a lot, when I did my research, there's a lot of cities, businesses within San Clemente that actually resell items. And so if a motion was to be put forth, there would be a lot of businesses that would be hurt by this. Paradise Jewelers, San Clemente Antique Decor, Stanford Court, Village Book Exchange, Stewart's Surfboards, Used Surfboards, Salvation Army, Nick's Vacuum, Wilson's Truck and Travel Trailer. I mean, the list goes on. So a lot of people in San Clemente resell items, and it's part of the culture. We actually, the 8 years that I've been there, I have people from all over the world that make my store a personal stop when they visit San Clemente. And we posted it on Facebook Live, and the feedback has been what a shame it would be to shut us down and make it not available. I'm sure many of you yourself have contributed to the resale vibe here in San Clemente, if not by consigning. Maybe your wives have consigned or shopped in my store, or cleaned out your garage to benefit some of the nonprofits that are here represented today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pat Serrano. And followed by, trying to read the writing, last name of Dom, looks like a K-A-E-T-L. Katie Dom. Now, you'll be following this, please.
Good evening, City Council. I am Pat Serrano. I'm president of Coral Thrift Store, and I spoke here, I believe, the Planning Commission that was held a couple of months ago. So I am wanting to express how we feel at Coral Thrift. We feel that the thrift store label on this zoning amendment should be taken off. I don't think it represents a Coral Thrift very well. We've been in business on that street for 51 years, and we've actually been in total business for 55 years and contribute so much to the community. As I previously stated a few months ago, we feel we are in a different category from other properties mentioned on the zoning amendment, and that would be the smoke shops, the pawn shops, etc. We are widely recognized for our contribution towards educational efforts and other nonprofits in San Clemente. We've given $500,000 to the Boys and Girls Club in 20 years. That's substantial. We also gave to scholarships for graduating seniors at high schools in San Clemente, Dana Point, and San Juan, $69,000, which helps them to buy books and whatever they need to go on to higher education. Coral is noted as really the diamond of thrift stores, we think, in the local area. Everyone that comes in just marvels at how well it's looking. We've made a lot of improvements in the last couple of months. And customers from worldwide, just like Kim has, they come and shop, and they tell their families and friends to come and visit us. In our diligence to really improve Coral, we've updated not only the inside of the store, but we've also done many things on the alley side. We've painted, we've taken down things that were unremarkable, and we also installed a surveillance system. And so we think that's maybe helping to get rid of some of the people that are dwelling on the alley side at all hours. It's really imperative that we have a safety with the surveillance because for our volunteers that are working after hours and it becomes darker earlier, and also for the donors that come in through the back door and want to drop off their household things or whatever they have. So lastly, I would like to ask that the City Council remove or revise the references to the thrift store regulations in the zoning amendment and then just move forward with a modified amendment as has been stated. Thank you very much. I appreciate talking.
Katie, and then after that will be Terry Don.
Hello, I'm Katie Dahm and a resident of San Clemente. We live on T Street. And I was here during the Planning Commission discussion, and the report given at that time was indicating the number of complaints against the various entities that were being targeted here as perhaps being an attractive nuisance. And there was an unremarkable number. It was something that you probably should review and maybe even go into in greater depth. And then I ask myself, I'm behind the thrift store row on an occasional basis to drop off some of our friends, and I've never encountered an awkward situation there at night. Whereas I live on T Street, and I can tell you there is an awkward situation there nearly daily. We have drug use, we have people urinating in public, and if that's the kind of thing you're trying to get rid of, getting rid of thrift stores is not your problem. It needs to be enforced. I have to step over people who are sleeping on Highway 1 to get into Starbucks. So if it's an unattractive element that you're seeking to eradicate, you're going to get rid of Starbucks? What is it that draws people to T Street? Parking? You're going to get rid of parking? What allows you to target these businesses and separate them? Because their sales tax is generated on something that was once already paid sale tax on, it still brings revenue into the city. And I think you're making a mistake. There's been several lawsuits against the city, and I think you better think about what you're doing and see if you're making yourself vulnerable.
Terry.
Mayor, council members, I'm Terry Dahm. I've been in this town now for 50 years. I highly support most all of the businesses. I try to shop local. I try to live local. I am totally in favor of San Clemente. I love it. The issue here that I see is one, that the thrift stores should not be in the same category as the smoke shops, the pawn shops, and the check cashing. I think that the attractive nuisance factor is not really about the thrift stores themselves, its location, and the existing thrift stores, from what we were told by planning, would not be affected unless they change ownership or they go out of business. However, I've been in this town owning property, owning businesses for that long a time, and I know that once a business tries to sell a business, they can run into real trouble getting a reissue of that plan or that acceptance of that business in that same location. So that's something that really needs to be looked at. These people that have had these stores for 8 and 9 and 10 and 12 years might want to sell their store. What is the guarantee that they're going to be grandfathered in? That's just taking away their business. So again, the big issue is, are the thrift stores really in the same category as the other stores? I don't think that they are. I think that you should really look at that. When we talked to the Planning Commission in October or November, they were all in agreement that they probably were not in the same category. That's all. Thank you.
Giselle Farland Stokes, and then following that will be Lori Moore.
Hey, good evening. I'm here as a volunteer from La Tienda Thrift Store. I'm a Marine Corps wife of 29 plus years and counting. I've volunteered and shopped at thrift stores from Okinawa to Spokane, Washington. And I've got to tell you, La Tienda is a special place. It has a heart and a soul. It's made up of men of different ethnicities and backgrounds who are, thanks to the ministry, moving on eventually to a normal life. San Clemente in Orange County is lucky to have this ministry running this thrift store, and I am lucky to have been a part of it since 2009, and I am honored to share with you my experience at La Tienda. Thank you.
Lori Moore, and then following that will be J.D. Satz.
I'm a resident right down the street on Palizada from La Tienda, and I can tell you, I love La Tienda like they're my boys. And what they do to help heal people and get them through, I spoke at several city council meetings to fight on their behalf to get the boarding house accepted, and I've just seen, I can see how we're dealing with people on drugs and alcohol, and there could not be a better program in this world because they heal them from the inside out. They're not putting them on drugs. When I was at the last city council meeting, the last woman that spoke, all the neighbors came and spoke on their behalf because they're the best neighbors you could have. They've cleaned up the alley. They've done so many amazing things. But the last person that spoke at the city council meeting, when I don't even know how long ago it was, she was a registered pharmacist at a drug rehab hospital for 25 years. And she goes, we put people back on drugs, get them off drugs. And she goes, the only thing it does is recycle them through, you know, the program until I come see them in a body bag. And she was just a shopper at La Tienda. And she goes, I have never seen any kind of program that could heal people in a better way. Privately funded, not one dime comes from our government. I brag about it to everyone I could tell in the world because I see these guys come into the program, they go to a ranch, they come back here, and then they work at the thrift store, and I see such changes in people's lives that I've never seen ever. And they go into the working world, they're normal, healed people, so to get rid of any of these programs, Assistance League also is, I shopped at all, I love thrift shopping because I love to support it all. But to get rid of any of these programs in our community would be just devastating, I think. So I hope that you all, you know, keep them going strong. When I moved here 5.5 years ago, someone told me El Camino was the Rodeo Drive of thrift stores. And it is. It truly is. Because you get the best clothes, the best stuff. This is all thrift store clothes. So I would keep it up. And yeah, incredible, incredible people doing the right things to help other people. Thank you.
Thank you. And last is J.P. Spitz.
Yes. Thank you. 31 years ago, I started my first thrift store in Capo Beach. And I can honestly say that this whole concept is so powerful. We've talked about the people's changed lives, which there are many. And the Assistance League, all of FAM, all of them along that row are made up of volunteers. And I want to just ask you, how many people do you think are volunteering to put this whole thing together? What would happen to them if this whole phenomena of changing people's lives, and that's what the thrift store business is all about, is changing lives. We probably give $50,000 a year, maybe a little more, in sales tax to the city of San Clemente. We take people, some of them are your daughters and your parents and all of that. We take them, we don't charge them a dime. And that's the passion that we have to do is to see change lives. It's not a business, it's a ministry. And for us to be put in the same category, I think is a mistake. And it was real interesting because the last meeting with the Planning Commission, a lot of them didn't know exactly what we were doing, but they voted 5-0 not to put us in that category or change anything. And we're doing a good job. We're good citizens. And we have the support of the Christian community. They're behind us. They donate. We don't even advertise. Every day that alley comes through with stuff, and we turn it in to stuff what we can use for the betterment of San Clemente. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments from our council?
Oh, someone is notioning they have a.
Did you put your name on it?
Yes, I did. Sorry, Laura Glenn. And I don't have to go on and on, but I just have one question.
Oh.
Oh, seriously? Okay. I don't get out much.
Maybe just spell your name for the minutes.
Laura, L-A-U-R-A, Glenn, G-L-Y-N-N. And thank you so much, Mayor and council members. I've lived in San Clemente since 1967. I was -8 years old. I'm married to my husband, Jim Glenn, who's a co-owner with Paul Spitz of La Tienda Thrift Store. And we've raised our children here. We've lived in Shore Cliffs for over 30 years. My husband came here through the Marine Corps. We founded and pastored Heritage Christian Fellowship up on La Plata and other ministries in the area for 35 years. And this Spanish village by the sea truly is in our hearts. And I hope you received the letters that my husband and Paul Marquis wrote. He's the president of our ministry, because we just received the letter on Saturday that this was going to be an agenda item, and we were supposed to have the letters in by noon yesterday, but it was a federal holiday, so I rushed into the city this morning. So that's my biggest question, just hoping you got those. As you heard, our thrift store has a real heart, and we never really knew that this was what we would be doing 10 years ago when we opened La Tienda. But it is a store that the community values, and that we also in turn value the community. And as was stated, we have shoppers from all over the world, people, girls' weekends, where they just specifically want to come to the Rodeo Drive of thrift stores. We love when we read local newspaper or the Triton newsletter when they're interviewing the homecoming court or whomever, and they say, where's your favorite place to shop? And oftentimes La Tienda is the response. We have interior designers, bargain hunters, resellers, and one thing that I'm really passionate about is also reduce, reuse, refurbish, repair, and recycle, so that landfills are not being hit as hard. Family, we love everybody, and we know everybody's already stated what we do. We have amazing volunteers, and it's a privilege to work with the guys that we work with. And you might be familiar because we've been through the Planning Commission and all. So I just want to say thank you so much, and really request that you would take the thrift stores off of this amendment, because we just love our village. We want to continue to be here and to make an impact in a positive way. And please come in and shop or volunteer. We'd love to have you. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have some questions to staff.
Go ahead.
So just clarification, some questions I heard from the community there. First and foremost, would any iteration of what we're contemplating tonight shut down any existing businesses?
It would not shut down any existing businesses.
Okay, just for clarity, would this policy, if passed this evening, shut down Coral Thrift Store, for example?
It would not, no.
Okay. Would this policy eliminate thrift stores entirely within our community?
No.
Okay. If you own an existing thrift store and wanted to sell that property to another thrift store, would you have the ability to do that?
You can do that.
If you shut your doors for 364 days and wanted to open on the 365th day, could you reopen your thrift store?
No.
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 Okay. Is there an area in there or a time frame that would exist?
Yeah, it can't lapse for more than a year.
So more than a year?
Yeah.
So 364 days would be okay?
Correct, yeah.
But 365 is not, okay. So you can transfer your business to another thrift store as a non-conforming use?
You'd be able to do that, yeah.
Okay. And then I guess just my last question, because this was asked so many times, would this eliminate any thrift stores as they exist today?
It would not eliminate any thrift stores today.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, I want to address everyone that spoke. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate you coming, and we did all read the Planning Commission comments and minutes also. I remember when this came about, this actually was a zoning amendment for thrift store use, because we found that there was no definition in our code or any conditions for them. It was not a check cashing, pawnbrokers, and tobacco shops. It actually started with the thrift store, so it's interesting to me that now we're being asked to pull them out. The only reason all these other uses are in there is because we found out that we didn't have any definitions in our zone for those. So this is a cleanup zoning amendment that we're doing to add these definitions in. You aren't truly lumped in with these other uses. If you look at the commercial zone, the tables that we have that are going to go in our zoning, you're going in pages and pages of other uses. Yes, you're in this amendment that we're doing where those are listed because it's a cleanup item that we're doing with it. So you're not in a category. And that's what I heard mostly what everyone said, is that they objected to being in that category. You're in your own category of thrift stores. And the purpose of adding this, and what it says in our report, the purpose intent of adding this is to provide regulations which mitigate the potential negative effects of secondhand dealers and enhance compatibility with other uses. The standards that we're adding are that you should be state licensed, which it's state law. The location should be permitted and conditioned. Hours of operation 7 to 7 p.m. That's so that you're incompatible with neighborhood uses, residential that's around you, because you have deliveries coming. Windows and lighting, that came up because of the issues in the alley, that we had a lot of, it was attractive nuisance because furniture was stored out there, and it was causing vagrancy in the area. This is, our police asked for, these needs are what needs to happen to make that alley safe. A security plan, I didn't hear anyone object to having that. Loading and unloading, we have to make sure the uses within the city have areas where you can load and unload. There are certain areas of the city, commercial areas, say Ocean View Plaza, Stater Brothers Plaza, Pico Plaza with Walmart and Lowe's and all of that. It may not be compatible for a thrift store use with unloading and delivering and people buying furniture, to be carrying furniture across that parking lot with all the travel zones. So what this does by adding the category and asking for a conditional use permit is we make sure if anybody wants to put one of these in another area than you are now, we can make sure it's compatible. That's what a CUP does. None of us here want to take away the row of thrift stores of what you're doing. I was at the high school where the Assistance League gave away $31,000 scholarships to students from San Clemente High School. That is amazing. We all value that very much, but I didn't hear anybody object to any of what the conditions that we're putting in. Concentration of uses, I thought I would hear, and the 100-foot limit from residential, I didn't hear anything of that. I heard mostly that you did not want to be lumped in with those other uses, and I'm telling you, that's not how we're considering it. It takes money and a lot of staff time to do zoning amendments, and maybe we shouldn't have put these together in the same staff report, but we did because we were consolidating resources. So it's not that you're in this. You're going to be going in with hotels and retail places and everything in all the zoning. You're a separate, your own listing. So that's mostly what I heard. From the staff report, I heard that someone objected to the CUP, but I didn't hear that from anyone tonight. So, you know, if staff wants to consider or if the council wants to consider any change on that, I'd like to entertain that. But this came out, the whole purpose that this came out was because there was issues and we didn't have any regulations stating certain rules, and we have to do that. And so that's what our goal is here tonight. I'm hoping you're understanding that we're not saying anything about your use or that they're bad, and we're not trying to do away with them. And that's personal from my heart. I shop in every single one of those stores, so I like them.
Dan, you got something?
Great. I have a couple of questions to staff first. Mr. Spitz, well, sorry, not quite right now. Secondhand dealer, the way that it's defined right now, there's no threshold as to what store is going to be considered a secondhand dealer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if they sell one item that's consignment, they're considered a secondhand dealer.
Yes, and this came up at the Plan Commission meeting.
Sure, and I see some of my esteemed planning commissioners out there, and I could tell that they were struggling with that, and I too am struggling with that. I think that that's something that needs to be worked on and clarified with staff, because the unintended consequence of that is going to be that stores that aren't even thrift stores, that are antique stores, are going to be sort of rolled up into this. Conditional use permit, so Councilwoman Ward was talking about all the items that needed to be done. None of these items are going to be imposed upon any current uses, correct?
No, it would
So
not.
none of those issues are going to be addressed on the current uses, so.
Can you reiterate that for me? Reiterate that one point.
Yeah, sure, yeah. None of the current businesses would be impacted in any way by this ordinance. If you wanted to open another store in town, this ordinance would impact you. Okay, so for those of you that already have a store out there, do not need to worry about this ordinance right now. But my concerns go on, because I do think, and look, I remember when this came up, this was a reactionary item. This was something that got brought up. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the circumstances, but it was reactionary, and I think that's bad planning. I think it's a bad way to approach planning. I don't think that these uses should be lumped together. In fact, I think that thrift stores are any other retail uses that deal with clothing or otherwise conditional in these areas?
They're not.
So I'm looking at this from a purely land use perspective. I can't differentiate a thrift store from any other retail store other than they're selling consignment goods or used goods. And I don't think that's a proper basis to regulate them differently. So I would separate thrift stores from this ordinance, and at most, I would look at a minor use permit, which would allow the zoning administrator or Ms. Daly out there to look at the uses and make sure, for example, there are certain uses where people are dropping off clothes and they leave them after hours, and that's causing issues. And we can impose conditions upon them with a minor use permit, and don't need to drag every thrift store or retail store that sells consignment goods or otherwise through a planning and city council process. Is that right?
You'd be able to do that, yeah.
So I think where I'm at is, we're asking to give, I think I'm somewhere on recommendation number 2. I think this needs to go back to the Planning Commission for further work. I think we need to do a better job of giving them sort of details on what we're looking for. I think a definition for secondhand dealer needs to be specified as to what we're going to be considering a secondhand dealer. There's got to be a threshold there. I think a minor use permit should be looked at for dealing with thrift store uses. I think it needs to be separated from these other uses in this ordinance, and really drill down on what are the purposes that we're trying to treat them differently from normal retail stores, and address those issues only through the minor use permit process. And maybe move forward with the other uses as this ordinance stands, but I don't think thrift stores, in my opinion, I haven't seen any evidence that there's sufficient basis to treat them differently than other normal retail uses. So I would ask staff to work on this ordinance, send it back down to the Planning Commission. I'll certainly make this motion, but work this up a little bit further and bring it back to us.
Okay, Laura?
Thank you, Mayor Swartz. I'd like to echo what Mayor Pro Tem Bain said. And I've personally visited several of the thrift stores in town. I do enjoy going to them. They're always neat and orderly. The merchandise is great. I do have, it's very important to me that businesses are treated fair and equitably. So to treat the resale market different from new goods that are sold is, I think, discriminatory. And a couple folks alluded to that tonight. And I do appreciate all the money that goes back into the community in charitable purposes in San Clemente. Our city actually produced an Around Town program a few years ago of Thrift Store Row and interviewed the various thrift store owners. La Tienda was one of them, Assistance League, and really highlighted all the good that you do for our community. I'm concerned about the CUP. CUP process is very cumbersome, 6 months to a year. It's very lengthy. And if a business license was to lapse, I would be very concerned that perhaps that thrift store wouldn't be able to reopen again, and perhaps staff can respond to that because of the 300-foot requirement that they can't be more than 300 feet from each other. So I will definitely support staff recommendation number 2 tonight. Thank you.
Steve, I'll give one input. Okay, so. Before I sat down here tonight, I was leaning towards asking to have the thrift store separated from this and have it stand on its own. Where I also have an issue is our inability to define thrift store other than used furniture or used clothing stores, because we do have regular retail stores in town that also have used. I know I've bought a used watch. I couldn't afford the new one. But they're kind of all lumped in that same definition. So I would like to see, you've done all the work to put this together, you lumped all these together. If you pull out the thrift store, keeping everything pretty well as it is, and then just to do the thrift, try to define better what defines a thrift store, and separate out stores that are general retail that have some used items as being exempt to it. The problems also are that I think thrift stores, where you've all alluded to, but it's an issue. The one thing that a thrift store has different from a retail store is they could have deliveries 10, 15 times in a day. I mean, people are going to drive in there and want to drop stuff off. So it's got to be looked at a little differently as far as traffic flow and other things go. But I think it should be encouraged. But I'm just saying that maybe we should just, carve out the thrift part and then put through everything else that's there. And that's my recommendation. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's some valid points brought up here. I think if we're going to send this back to Planning Commission, we need to narrow the parameters slightly. So I would say that they look at 2 major things when we send back, so they're not just all over the place. And that's what that threshold limit should be, define that. And then the second one is exactly what Dan said, which is the MUP as opposed to the CUP. Right. I think the distances are good. I think everything else about the meat and potatoes of this is good, but it's an excellent point. The threshold needs to be clarified, because otherwise, where do we land with it? So I think if we send it back those 2 narrow parameters, and then we can come forward with this and we'll be in a good place.
Sure, I guess I agree with all that. I mean, the MUP, I want to make sure that folks understand what the difference between the MUP process is and the CUP, and you can explain that hopefully in a minute. The one thing I also want to see, and I just haven't heard anything in terms of this, is it a 100-foot buffer or 100-foot?
From residential.
Yeah, from residential. Are other retail establishments required to be 100 feet away from residential as well?
They are not.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess what I want to drill down on, and I'm sure there's a legitimate reason for that, but I want to drill down on what that is, and hopefully the Planning Commission, through a hearing, can sort of some evidence and we can buff that up in terms of why that is. I mean, because without a legitimate reason or basis and some evidence of that regard, I'm not sure how we can justify the 100-foot buffer as opposed to just a normal retail store that sells normal goods. So I just want to make sure that we're not discriminating against these uses on the basis of looking at this purely land use. All the reasons that were given for why your stores operate, that's great. I think that's phenomenal. But our job is to look at this from a land use perspective, and I just don't see right now any difference between a retail store that sells new goods versus, and perhaps it's the deliveries, and the MUP will look at that, but every operation is different, and not everybody's delivering all the time, which is why I think we need to take a look at that strict buffer and make sure that that's justified. So with that.
So do you need anything else from us as far as direction goes?
No, I thought we have good direction, more specificity on the definition for secondhand dealers, possibly a minor conditional use permit for secondhand dealers, and some justification for the 100-foot distance between thrift stores and sensitive uses. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
We need to make a motion to do the rest, right? We're going to go forward with the rest of the...
Yeah. So I can, thank you. So I can entertain the motion for the balance.
It's number 2, isn't it?
So I move that we direct staff to remove and revise references to thrift store regulations and zoning amendment, move forward with the modified amendment regulating the remaining uses, check cashers, pawnbrokers, and smoke shops, and come back to us a later time with thrift stores.
I'll second that motion.
I would like to add that, and see if you agree with this direction, you know, they went to look at other cities and how they administer thrift stores, and maybe they should go back and look at the definitions better of that and what it is. But these were adopted with our city attorney and other cities, what they do. So we still need to have those recommendations in there that we can consider. We're not taking those out.
No, what we're taking out is the thrift portion for now. Everything else with as is going through.
So I'll modify my motion just to be clear. So I move that we direct staff to remove and revise references to thrift store regulations, zoning amendment, and move forward with the modified amendment relating to the remaining uses, which is check cashers, pawnbrokers, and smoke shops, and to send back to planning commission and staff the 4 following criteria to look at: the threshold, maximum minimums to define thrift store, the process by which we approve them, whether it's a minor use permit or other, the 100-foot distance from residential, and then what other municipalities are doing in the local area.
Thank you.
And our seconder, do you accept that?
Yes, I'll second that motion. Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried unanimous. He's going to have to go too.
What?
Is it over or? Okay, so.
All right, so next.
So next is report from the Public Works Director.
Hold on. I've been asked to take a 5-minute recess, so.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay. Report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer concerning an amendment to Municipal Code Chapter 15.76 regarding floodplain management regulations.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Zachary Ponson. I'm one of your senior civil engineers in the Public Works Department. Tonight I'm here to introduce an ordinance that will update our floodplain management code. I believe it's chapter 15.76. Every couple of years we get a meeting by FEMA personnel comes down to the city. They have a model ordinance that we were expected to follow. We've been following that since a good 20-something years and following that ordinance almost exactly. We are allowed to customize it. In some areas, our model ordinance and our code that we have is slightly changed from their template. So they would like us to make 8 changes. Several of them are removing a certain zoning or a certain flood zone, VO, which just simply does not exist in our maps. The other ones are stating the original date that we adopted the floodplain ordinance, so that affects some of the zoning regulations in the floodplain developments. And then the last one was clarifying some of the notification requirements to other outside agencies. Something we already do, but it just puts it into writing that we should follow it. So with that, I'm recommending that we pass a new ordinance and update chapter 15.76. If you have any questions, I'm here for hopefully answer them.
Dan, go ahead. No?
None.
All right. Really?
Presentation?
None? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion. I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Appreciate the staff report. So I'll make a motion that we adopt staff recommendation and introduce ordinance number 1669 as stated in the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carried unanimous 4-0 with Councilmember Ham absent.
Thank you.
Next is a report from the Assistant City Manager concerning council consideration of the structure, composition, performance, and staff usage and resources pertaining to city commissions and committees.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Mike Johnston with the City Manager's Office. In June of last year, staff was directed to agendize an item to review and discuss the city's commissions and committees. In the report included in your agenda packet, very briefly highlights all of these cities' commissions and committees. It describes the number of members in each of them, length of terms typically served, and it outlines their purpose. Tonight is an opportunity for the council to discuss the structure, composition, and performance of the city's commissions and committees. With that said, the recommendation before you is to provide direction regarding the city's commissions and committees. And that concludes my report, and I will open it up to your questions and your deliberation. Thank you.
So I have kind of a general question about each of the committees. I tried to look back at minutes and get an idea as to what all the committees are doing, and certainly we get updates every council meeting, but it seemed that a lot of the committees, or a few of them anyway, are more advisory, so they sort of take presentations and don't really take action. Is that generally the case? Which committees are those? Is there a way to get them sort of more work? Is there a way for them to share work? Be interested to kind of know what staff's perspective is on that.
Yeah, I think to touch on kind of your first question, there are certain commissions like the Planning Commission, which takes on a more formal role where they're able to make decisions that are then appealable to the City Council. And then a few of the other ones like our Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission, Golf Course Committee, Human Affairs Committee, Coastal Advisory Committee, and then lastly, the Investment Advisory Committee. All of those are going to be advisory bodies that aren't able to take any sort of formalized action, but are able to kind of make help make informed decisions, pass along information to the council so that you're able to make better decisions as it regards to policy and direction. So in that sense, the Planning Commission is really the only one that is able to make that formal, the formalized decision-making body. And then as far as taking on more responsibility, I think there are areas where certain commissions could possibly take on more responsibility, and I think that's up to the council to kind of look at and decide. This report wasn't making any recommendations as it relates to those efficiencies, but more so looking for either council to provide that direction, for staff to come back and maybe look at some of those things, but really just wanted to provide the space and the opportunity to start those discussions and possibly hear from some of the committee and commission chairs about maybe some opportunities that they might see, because they're the ones that kind of are with these bodies most often, and so they might have some of the best ideas for how to improve and create better efficiencies.
Got it. And to be fair to you, you're a victim of a very bad question, and I asked them on occasion. So vague open. Let me be a little bit more specific. So like golf course committee, for example.
Before we get into any more of bad questions or good questions, we have cards. So I just thought we should hear from the cards first before you bring in staff. So why don't you have a seat and we'll bring in public input on this. I have first Tyler Bowden, and following him will be Bart Crandall.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tyler Bowden, and I serve on the Human Affairs Committee with Paula, who's the chair, in the audience. I just wanted to get up and express my gratitude for the opportunity to serve on this committee. As a young person in this community, it's just encouraging to be able to participate in my local government, and I think the Human Affairs Committee is a good way to do that. Fun fact, the Human Affairs Committee and I were born in the same year in 1988, so we're both 30 years old. And since then, the Human Affairs Committee has served various purposes and functions over the years, all related to the human needs in our community. One of those which I've had the pleasure of participating in very recently in my 7 months on the committee is to advise the council on approving funding towards nonprofit organizations in our community. So I had the pleasure to go and visit the middle school that I attended and the Boys and Girls Club that I also attended to really build a relationship with those organizations, to learn what they're doing, and it really represented to them a commitment from the city to those organizations, not only to maintain a strong relationship, but also to encourage innovation in those organizations and how they're improving themselves, not to just kind of blindly approve funding based off of paperwork, to really show face and establish a relationship. So I was really encouraged by that opportunity and enjoyed it very much. I've also been inspired by the currently serving committee that I sit on, really just in how we've started to explore how we can do more as a committee. As I said, Human Affairs Committee and I are the same age, and you have good years and you have bad years, you know. And I think we're off to a good start for a good year right now. The first meeting, it was on our agenda to advise to the council to approve funding for Mercy House, which was approved. And that really sparked a conversation in our committee about, you know, what are we really doing about homelessness on our committee? What are we doing to tackle that issue? And that, you know, sparked multiple conversations among the group, which led to a conversation about how this committee in the past has hosted public forums, sometimes even monthly, as I've read. And so we've discussed that, and really as a result, this council, and I'm very encouraged by it, has decided to coordinate a town hall meeting. And so I'm just very excited for that, very excited to participate in that process, to hear feedback and act as a sounding board for our community and help to tackle that issue and others in the future. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Susan Ambrose.
Good evening, esteemed City Council members. It's a pleasure to welcome our new members, Laura Ferguson and Dan Bain, and to welcome Kathy back. and Steve Schwartz and Chris Ham. As always, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. I'm going to get right to the point. Along that theme of more work or more action items, our committee has committed to developing a work plan this year, something we've not done. Usually we have followed the lead of staff bringing information or projects, processes to us. This year we've sat down, and I hold in my hand 15 pages, although they're double-spaced, of goals and objectives in the following categories: sand replenishment, including the Army Corps of Engineering project, as well as the opportunistic sand replenishment project. And these kinds of activities for us are to continue to monitor and work with Tom Vonnegut as the process goes along, as these projects move forward. Also to investigate sources of sand, because our source sand usually was San Juan Creek or locations in San Diego. We are going to be meeting with Sandag to see what availability there may be in those areas. And they also have a cadre of sand specialists as well, who would be talking with us and sharing information about sand nourishment projects as well. In addition to that, we are going to looking at expanding or studying further the local coastal program, and we have the LUP still out. We have one amendment being worked on right now for a cleanup and resolution language with the planning department. We've been working carefully with them. And on sea level rise. The sea level rise needs assessment study is coming back for review in May, and that'll come to our committee sometime in April, May, or maybe even June. And we're looking forward to that presentation. In fact, I spoke with Carl Steele just this morning about that. Carl was very complimentary about working with our committee in the past and complimented the kinds of questions and quality of questions that we asked about the local coastal program, as well as the sea level rise study. Other activities that we're planning to get involved in is increasing our educational outreach as well as our communication and advocacy role. And we'd be doing these through interactions through our environmental grant program, which usually per year we give about 5 to 6 grants to usually nonprofit organizations or schools who come to us wanting to forward projects dealing with enriching their students and creating young ocean coastal stewards, which we strongly promote, and so does the city. We've given grants to middle schools, high schools, elementary schools, and I have 1 second left. And I will tell you, too, that water quality improvement, as well as watershed runoff, trash collection, solid waste recycling, are critically important to us. We've got big plans to get very involved with the public and with you in recommendations that we'd like to make with you. And just, I know I'm going over my limit, but if you have seen the local newspapers, and with the storm, you can see right on the front page is our San Clemente North Beach project with the erosion of the soil. It's a great article on sand loss, on sediment loss, on sea level rise, and the impacts thereof, not only for the city of San Clemente, but also Dana Point, also Laguna Beach, etc. So I can get these to you if you would like a copy. Just let me know and I'll be happy to. Thank you for letting me go over my time to show you the newspapers and to share our plans with you.
Thank you. Don Brown. And then Dick, let's see. One of you said only call if we want to ask you questions.
That's fine. He'll cover it and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Okay, Dick, and then, okay.
Okay, good evening, Don Brown. Live in San Clemente and been on the Planning Commission for the last 8 years, and looking at a couple of alumni over there on the right side of the dais. Yeah, we are in a kind of a unique commission because we do take action. We are land use decisions. We make recommendations to you for ordinances, and then when you approve them, of course, we can carry them out on your behalf, subject to your call-up. Very effective, so by state law, actually, I think Scott will correct me, for a general law system, you have to have a planning commission. Our planning commission that I came on when Dan came on, and of course Kathy, is kind of unique as I looked around the other cities from the 2002 reorganization, which is the current committees and commissions you have. And in that time, we were increased from 5 to 7 members because you dissolved the Transportation Commission and folded it in, and you dissolved the Cultural Heritage Committee and the Design Review Committee and folded in and made them subcommittees of the Planning Commission. So you eliminated and consolidated in the Planning Commission 4 functions. And by going to 7 members, that allows you to have Design Review Subcommittee meeting of 3 members without having a Brown Act violation, and that's concurrently also the Cultural Heritage subcommittee. So it's a very effective and efficient organization the way it stands based on the numbers we have. So you have 4 functions is what you look for when you're looking for a planning commission. And so you work with engineering on traffic and, of course, the general plan, specific plans, and everything else you guys kind of throw at us, like a couple things coming back to us tonight. So that's one, it's a very effective organization. It does a lot of work. And it allowed you to create other committees and commissions back in 2002, the last time we looked at it. So the current, I think that's the one I've been on for 8.5 years. It's very effective on the functions we use. The numbers allow those effective uses of particularly the subcommittees without Brown Act issues. And so it's a pretty good organization to support the city and support you, the city council. And so I like to consider that. Also, when they formed that committee, one of our committee members is secondarily assigned to the Coastal Advisory Committee, just like Beach and Parks and Rec are, so there's cross-pollination. And so it's a pretty effective way they set it up for the Planning Commission areas. I'd also like to compliment you tonight. Things you send to us, the better direction you give, like you just struggled with pulling out the thrift shops, whatever, helps staff and helps us bring things back to you. We've been struggling with a leaf blower organization, and probably that could have been better defined coming to us. So take great care in the future, and we'll give you a better product coming back. Any questions? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, Don. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Don, real quick. I do have a quick question since we got offered, so Barton doesn't have to come up here. What's the commission's current workload right now, and what do you see coming down the pipeline?
We're in a little valley right now. In fact, we by law always meet the night after you guys do, and you get to generally approve our commissions and minutes the night before we meet. Tomorrow night we're not meeting because there was nothing on the agenda, but things are going to load up rather rapidly here, starting very soon with, well, we have a hospital ordinance coming our way from your direction. We have this Pier Bowl, the specific plans are going to start cranking out now, pending any other great lawsuits, and we have to get through about 5 or 6 of those by law because of the general plan. The zoning ordinance has to be finalized with those, so you've got Pier Bowl specific plan is on our agenda in the next month. Then the ones that are in the coastal zone we have to get early on because that has to marry up with the local implementation plan, the LIP that goes to the Coastal Commission, and all that stuff's got to jive. It's all got to synchronize. The zoning ordinance, all specific plans cannot be in conflict with what we present to the Coastal Commission. So the workload starting up this summer is going to start ramping up. There's always business.
Any other items? No?
I have a quick question, Don. Where's Starbucks? Where are they in the queue? Starbucks.
The one that's already, Starbucks, you mean it's already being built?
No, wait a minute. No, In and Out. Sorry. Excuse me. I misspoke. You're totally right. It's being built.
It came to design review and said on a pre-app basis, but let Bart come up and get some, he had a card.
Okay. Thank you. I had the wrong corporation. I'm sorry.
Bart Crandall.
Okay, Bart Crandall, current planning commissioner and chair. The In and Out came in as a preliminary. It's not a formal application yet. In the Caldwell Banker building behind the post office. It's got some access issues, et cetera, as typical. The applicant is, it's not a publicly owned company, it's privately owned, and the owner of the company isn't prone to really wanting to work with cities. They want to come in and do their thing and do it just the way we want. So we're working with them, trying to point them in the right direction, so when that gets a formal application, they know what they have to do. Then we'll see what shakes out.
Yeah, we have a lot of people that want to line up right now to get a burger, just to let you know.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a tough little site, because the access is so close to the intersection that if there is any flow, it's going to be flowing back out into the intersection. So they got to resolve some site issues and stacking issues, et cetera, so. But, you know, if they come up with a good design, great. We also had a preliminary on the site over on Pico and Coast Highway across from, Old Etcheberry's. And that's in just preliminary reviews right now. So that's a possibility. They've lowered it down. I think you may have even seen one come through at one time. So they're lowering it down because of the view corridor. So that's got some possibilities. So there's a lot of new activity, and we keep trying to help them get their projects to the point where they can be approved.
Thank you very much.
I want to say real quick, when Dunkin' Donuts opened, they said it was the easiest process they've ever gone through. Did they go through design review?
They did.
They were very happy, so.
I would like them to have one more
Hopefully
person there at the
In-N-Out
counter, because it took me
will-
forever to get in there.
And
We'll also
we just
appreciate the
did
guidance.
the one up by the Target also, that site. So there's another one going. Don?
Another area I want to plant with you guys, since we're on kind of future projects, we got to watch what we say, but we approved the Miramar 2 years ago. And those approvals start clocking out after 2 years, unless he comes in for an extension for 3 years. And I don't know if the city bully pulpit should reach out to the owner for those entitlements. It's a pretty critical area down there. But just I'll let you know that, yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming, but there's something in the near past here that I think we've lost sight of, and we ought to re-energize our efforts there. So before things fall through the cracks.
All right, thank.
Etcheberry's has come in and gotten their application in.
Very good, very nice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any input on this?
I'll start, but I'm open to a lot of discussion on this. The one. Oh, okay. Did you fill out a card?
Yes.
Okay.
Mark Crandall? No, here. Dick Vale?
Dick Vale.
Dick Vale, I'm sorry.
Couldn't read.
Is that okay? I got my cards mixed up. It's okay. My wife forgets me all the time. I'm Dick Vale, I'm on the Golf Commission, and a golf committee for you guys. Just wanted to say, I hear rumors that you want to consolidate the golf committee into the Parks and Recreation Committee. Do what you want, but I'll tell you, there's no golfers on the Parks and Recreation Committee. So you may ask, what do we do on the Golf Commission, or the Golf Committee? We recommend to you a lot of different things. I submitted a cart path memo to Eric on the cart paths. We have a forward tees project I put in last year that helps seniors and kids to play golf. If you do play golf, or your kids or your family plays golf, they have forward tees. It's made golfing easy for everybody. I submit a report every quarter to Eric, because he's really our boss. We work with Gus, but Eric's, the golf guy. A golf course review tour. There are 7 members of the golf committee. We all play golf. We all have a vested interest in the San Clemente Municipal Golf Course because we play golf there every week. If you have people that do play golf that can be on both committees or one committee, you still need our help to recommend rate increases, trees, taking trees out, putting trees in, the cart paths, the contract with Dave Cook, the contract with the Wedgwood people. So all of us, I'm not appealing for a job. I've been at it for 20-something years, but I think you need golfers to advise you on what is happening at the municipal golf course, other than Gus. Okay, thanks.
Got a question for you.
Sure. Yeah.
How often do you guys meet?
Well, every other month. It's not even every month. It's not very often. Sometimes it's an hour, sometimes it's an hour and a half. Sometimes we don't have anybody come to talk, that wants to hear us speak. But the times that we do have rate increases, everybody shows up. You don't want them here, you want them with us. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll weigh in a little bit, because, and I was thinking maybe we want to push this off till Chris gets, next meeting, but of all the committees and commissions, now I've been on Parks and Rec Commission, so I've served on that. I was one of the forming people on the Coastal Committee, and sat on it representing Parks and Rec for a year or so. So I know how they operate, and I know that they cover, on the Golf Committee spot, when I was Parks and Rec, we got reports there from Golf Committee and would take action there, and I would love to, I was thinking maybe the Golf Committee would become a working committee within, underneath Parks and Rec, and have a Parks and Rec, have one or two members of Parks and Rec meet with the committee on their meeting times, if it's quarterly or if it's every other month or whatever it is, but make it a functioning adjunct committee to the Parks and Rec Commission is what I was thinking, and let the Parks and Rec staff handle both the BPR as well as the Golf Committee. So then we have golfers that know the area, dealing with the problems and what the issues, dealing through Parks and Rec, which is responsible for the budget and for everything else that encompasses that, and then reporting to the council. So that was of all this, that's the only idea I came through with.
I have another take on that, instead of forming with the golf on there, because from what I've always been told with the golf is, if it ain't broke, don't touch it, and they all do a very good job, and our golf course runs very well. But on Beaches, Parks and Rec, commission, it's still called Beaches, Parks and Rec, yet the beaches aren't really in it, a part of it. And they're meeting separately. Coastal Advisory is a separate issue. But I talked to the Beaches, Parks and Rec, and they used to be together years ago. And I asked them if they thought that they would be able to meet as one, and that it might help with staff time, because they'd only have to go one time. Our staff that is, wait a minute.
Don't understand
we already
the two.
talked about this. What part?
I don't understand who covers beaches now?
It's just the Coastal Advisory.
We do.
They do, but there was, wait a minute. So in all the coordination of everything that we're doing, including events and things like that, I think it would be helpful, because the beaches is such a big part of our parks, that if they were together in the same commission, that we'd have better cohesion as far as events go and issues with the parks. But I talked to the head of the Beaches, Parks and Rec last year when we thought about this, and I said, would you be able to all be together and do that? And he said we could handle it. That committee thought that they could have the Coastal Advisory in with them. The reason I wanted to look at it is because of staff time and all the reports that we do and all of that I thought it would be helpful that if the staff only had to go to the meetings together and deal with all the issues, that it would be better for staff time. And so that's what we were talking about on that, is merging that and not having them separate, because I guess years ago they were together, but You said you were on it, and
No,
you
I was
went to-
I was there the day that it was created, and it was created.
coastal?
Yes, I was there. I was part of that. I was chair or participated on the
The coastal?
coastal, as well as chairing the BPNR. But the problem is that the focus on the coastal has always been to tie in mostly environmental. It's dealing with our sand replenishment, it's dealing with environmental issues up and down the coast, it's dealing with our runoff from throughout the city, and dealing with the wastewater problems and everything else, which have nothing to do with recreational needs, whereas the beaches, parks, and rec, their portion of the beaches is dealing with the recreational facilities, the volleyball courts, the benches, the tables, dealing with even our lifeguards, report to that. So,
Well, the lifeguards don't report to.
well, they used to.
So that was part of the issue, I think, but that was my thinking, I'll go with what the council thinks, but it was my thinking, and in talking to the Beaches, Parks and Rec, they have such a good commission, they could take on more. And they said that wrapping the beaches, the coastal in there they could do it. And so that's where we came from. It had to do with staff and efficiency of time, that we were thinking that. And then my other thing was the Human Affairs Committee. We lost some people, and I was not personally aware of that, and we've been putting people on, and we lost some of our leaders that were on it. And I think the committee, I'm not sure what they're all involved in, so I would like to hear from staff what different organizations they're on, because what the Human Advisory used to be is different people that were on many other organizations.
Yeah,
and they were coordinated
right,
together.
and we had members from our other commissions and committees also participating in that.
I don't think we have that
And we have
anymore.
none now. I found
Yeah,
out that.
And the other thing is we lost the San Clemente, the collaborative, and that kind of brought everything together, and I haven't seen anything on the collaborative since like 2016.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of things came out of the Human Affairs. They established the Loris House and Mary Erickson, the housing with FAM and all that, and the Wellness and Prevention Center came out of that. But we lost some of our big leaders that were involved in the community.
And
So
which
I
is,
think we just,
which is telling, which is also, they should have been driving, or they should have been driving the issues regarding the transient issue in our town and how we respond to it, and it's been quiet.
yes, but
And
I think
just think it's
that's why.
because there's been maybe a lack of direction from us,
Yeah.
or to staff, or whatever, but there's issues that they could have taken on that they just haven't taken on.
Well, that's what I think. I think because we had so many new people and we weren't realizing that we were just putting new people on, I didn't know the founding the members were not there anymore that were long-term. And I think that the Human Affairs doesn't quite know other than of what they should be looking at or being involved in, other than reviewing our grants and things like that, which certainly that's what they do. But the committee members are supposed to have different spheres of influence in the community, and that's why I'd like to know kind of what other organizations they're with. I know Brenda Wells is with one. I'm not sure what anyone else.
What I'd like to suggest is, why don't we get a subcommittee going from here, working with staff, and, because this is important, this is an issue, this is the governing of our city through our committees and commissions. So shouldn't be taken lightly, and I don't want to even think about that. So what I would suggest we do is to form a subcommittee and work with staff, and let's go through all these details that you're talking about, and let's flesh it all out, and let's really dig in, and if we're going to come out, let's come out with what we think is going to work the best. Now, I personally, in the Coastal Committee, I think they need to be there, and they're doing what they need to do, and I would hate to see the focus on our sand replenishment and our runoffs and everything else be buried into the beaches, in the Parks and Rec Commission, whereas I think, so we'll see. I think we'll see what comes back from everyone really sitting down and hashing it out.
Well, I think that's what we asked for, but staff just wants more clarification of what we want to do. So that's not a bad idea. I've been on 4 years, but like I said, I just thought the Human Affairs was humming along and didn't realize. But I think what I want from staff is we need to look at, we wanted staff recommendations like, would it work if those committees were
I agree.
put together?
I know. So
that's what we wanted, and that's what we're not getting that. Okay.
No, so I think it needs to be further dealt and fleshed out, so I would also welcome who would like to be the two parties involved.
So this is a little bit more than a two-way conversation. I'll jump in at this point. So I talked to several folks about what to do with these committees and commissions. And first of all, I think all of them are doing a great job. I think there's areas for efficiency and to save staff time, which is what I'm concerned about, because selfishly I want to add another committee that I think the public is interested in, and that's the Public Safety Task Force that I've mentioned a couple times now. So I'd like to look at doing that. Beaches, Parks, and Recreation, I'd like staff to look at whether they can fold the Golf Course Committee in. And Mr. Vail, your point is well taken. I think there need to be golfers on Beaches and Parks and Rec, and I think that's something that we could look at as part of our yearly sort of, who we're putting onto Beaches and Parks and Rec. I don't know if maybe we could put 3 tenured golf course committee members on there or what, but I agree with you. I think there needs to be some expertise, and that's how, as a council, we would need to fill out those positions. I had a little bit different take on the Coastal Advisory Committee. Granted, I have not been to a Coastal Advisory Committee meeting at all, but I've seen a lot of minutes. It is a technical committee that has environmental expertise. Planning Commission also has technical and environmental expertise. So I would look at combining those two commissions and committees, looking at and seeing if there's some synergy. Maybe there's not. Maybe it doesn't work, but I'd like to take a look at that to see what, if anything, could be done between those committees.
You do know that we have members of both planning and beaches.
I do, and I'm not trying to start a fight. I want to look at it. I think that's what we're here to do, is to look at whether there are efficiencies that can be there. And again, there would have to be some cross-pollination between Coastal Advisory Committee and Planning Commission. Maybe staff comes back and said this is a terrible idea. Totally possible, but I'd like to look at it, because I think the idea behind this is to create some synergies, save staff time, and
So would you and Kathy like to be involved with the cross-pollination committee?
Sure, if we can define that. And then just falling back and just to try to keep things moving along. And I think your idea of a subcommittee is a good one, because I think this is an important issue. I don't think we need to be just up here making decisions, but there is community request for a public safety task force, and I'd like to, when we look at that, get a recommendation on how to populate that committee with some expertise and make it something that is functioning and doesn't need to meet every month, but it needs to provide some recommendations that we're going to utilize as part of our budgeting process with expertise in the community of folks that have been there.
Okay, so why don't the subcommittee then also include that in their agenda as far as what they're trying to come back
Agreed.
to us?
And so we're giving staff direction, so I want to get it all out there. I'd like to look at in terms of times that some of these committees meet. It needs to be convenient for staff, but it also needs to be convenient for the public. I think part of the reason why consolidating some of these committees is a good idea is it does provide the public an opportunity to go to a meeting without having to divide too much staff resources throughout the day. So that's the general, vague, overarching direction that I want to give, but I think a subcommittee, Steve, as you suggested, could flesh some of those details out and invite more comment from the various committees on whether they think these are terrible ideas or not. So
that being said, we don't need to make a motion to create a subcommittee to work with staff, do we?
No, you could just determine who's going to be on it.
Yeah, so, well, I will nominate Kathy, and Dan. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. It's motion carried, unanimous. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next is a report from the city clerk concerning proposed policy and procedure 20111 relating to city council meetings and operations. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, at your meeting of January 15th, council requested that staff review and propose updates to the city's policies and procedures that relate to council meetings and council operations. As part of that project, council had requested that the policy update address the possibility of converting council's parliamentary guidelines from Robert's Rules of Order to Rosenberg's Rules of Order, addressing meeting decorum, and also addressing the process for council members to add items to a council agenda. So the city attorney and I have completed our review of the current policies, and I'm proposing that the current policies be repealed and replaced with a new policy and procedure 120111 that incorporates all of the different factors relating to council, so they're all in one policy. So if you this is your opportunity to review the policy, make any changes that you want. If you do want to convert to Rosenberg's Rules of Order, it would first be necessary to adopt an ordinance, because the current requirement that you follow Robert's Rules of Order is in the city code. So that would have to come out so that you could start using Rosenberg's. And also, I would like just to bring your attention, there is a draft section 4.5.5 that relates to the ability of an individual council member to add an item to a future agenda. Council had requested that, so staff has proposed some wording if you decide that that is a provision that you wish to have in the policy. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Go ahead, Dan.
I've been going first all the time. I don't want to get
Laura?
I want to give Laura a chance.
Thank you. So this is an opportunity to provide some revisions? Okay. You mentioned about council's ability to add new agenda items. Can we add to the standard agenda every 2 weeks? In between, after 11, make 12 new agenda item requests, just to make it a standard on the agenda. I've seen that done in other cities.
Is that be placed on the current agenda or future agenda?
All agendas. So we have under reports, this is standard, commissions, city manager, city attorney, council members. But before resolutions and ordinances, we just add a title, new agenda item requests. So it's standard. It's always on our agenda. And it's formal.
I'm sorry, where would this go?
It would go on the last page, before resolutions and adjournment. It just become part of our agenda, and there may not be any new agenda items that are recommended by the council to be added, just like sometimes we have no resolutions and ordinances, so it'd be none.
The thing is, though, that where we've been doing it in the past is under item D, which is council members.
But it would stand out more clearly for people to follow?
I don't,
No?
no.
And how about where would we put, like, the citizens if they wanted to request something for the agenda?
Public comment.
That's under public comments.
Public comment?
Yeah.
Okay, so it won't be formalized or clear on the agenda. Okay, I've seen it done. It's very, I mean, to me, it's, because city council members, when we talk, it's usually about, you know, who we've met with or what ideas we might have.
Yeah, but at the same time, I've used it to bring up if I want to add this to the agenda or I want to do this.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have support for that. That's fine. And then also, let's see, the section on the number of council members needed to add an agenda item, and
We've already, it's being suggested that it's one.
That it's one? Okay, why
No,
did I read
no,
majority?
I'm not
in there?
making a recommendation on that.
Okay.
What I did was on the policy, I included the current process, which is basically a majority, but council had suggested the possibility of maybe having an individual council member be able to do that. So that's what that 4.5.5
Yeah,
is
that's what I
kind of in
mentioned.
bold. It's not my recommendation, but it's there for discussion.
Okay, I misunderstood, so I thought we were going with the majority, but I'm fine with the individual making a suggestion. It seems to work quite well anyway, since I've been on the council. We seem to all be supportive of the placement of new items on the agenda.
I don't think it would have to be one or the other.
Okay.
Because what 4.5.5 says is that if an individual adds it to the agenda, then staff would not be preparing any staff analysis or administrative reports or scheduling public hearings or anything like that. 4.5.4 says if you bring it up at a council meeting and there is a majority, then we can go to that extra step. So they're not exclusive of one another.
Right, so if it's an individual council member, the council member writes their own report. No.
Well,
No, if, from what I'm reading, it says, if during the meeting, any individual member suggests an item to be agendized, and there's a majority vote to support that, then that they would also include staff support in writing and giving the background or giving the staff direction of what they want to add to that agenda item. Or an individual item, a member can, prior to a meeting, can add an item to it, but it wouldn't encompass or involve staff. It would just be the individual council member putting something on the agenda that they wish to address.
That they wish to address. And when does the report get written? Is it?
After we all agree.
After we all agree. So it's a
an extra
majority.
step.
Okay, well, I'm not supportive of the majority. I'm supportive of 1 + 1, so 2. I'm supportive of 2, so I'd like to modify it to 2, be 2 members to have something placed on the agenda.
I'm not, rule of law to me is, majority rule still, so, this allows for any any individual to request and have it agendized, but then in that agendized item, when it's brought up, that member can then turn around and give their reasons why they want to do certain things, or have staff report do something, and request it to be done, and then we would vote on it, and if you get a majority vote to do it, and direct staff to do it, that's the way it would be done.
Okay.
A consensus.
I like the idea of if you don't have majority to write the report. I mean, I've seen that. I've looked into some other cities, and some cities do it that way, so they don't utilize staff time and money, but they write their own report. You've probably seen it that way, city attorney, some places, and they write the report and bring it to council, and if they don't have support for it, that's fine, but at least they have the opportunity to be the voice of that segment of the population that might support that particular
Well,
item.
still, but you still are able to bring that to and give your own position on it, and see if you can get 2 other members of our council to agree to have staff go ahead and put a report together on it, so.
I'd like to mention that when we do that, we have to be very careful that we don't give too much information that we're actually discussing it. And so with what I think Councilmember Ferguson's talking about is if you bring a report and we're actually all discussing whether we should, the merits of it and all that, we can't do that.
Well, we'd only bring a report if it was supported by one other person, so.
I think it's worked well before, and I've actually been on the losing end on some of those.
That's okay. I'll be on the losing end here. I'm a good sport.
No, it was with suggestions of, of different ways of doing that. I don't agree that just one should be able to put something on, because for the interest of time, we're committing staff and all of that to it, and all I see it as an extra step to where it gets on there, but then we all have to discuss it anyway, and then decide whether to direct staff to do it, and I think it's just confusing, and it's too hard for staff.
Well, it was 1 + 1, but that's okay. We'll go with majority.
Sorry, real quick, Laura, since everybody else got to weigh in on that. What about one person subject to majority rule as to when that item's addressed? So it doesn't need to be addressed the next time or later on, so you can prioritize.
We still have that. We still have it. Any council member during a meeting can come up and say, I want to agendize this, and we
That says majority rule.
Yeah.
So not any council member
can bring it up.
Sure.
But
to get
then,
it on the agenda.
But can bring it up to have it agendized, and then the majority would say yes or no.
So mine's a little bit different. So what I'm saying is it would go on the agenda, the majority decides when, and based on a priority, right? So if we have a lot going on, and we want to push it out so that it's addressed on a lighter evening, we don't have a lot going on.
We don't really, but we don't know what our
Mm-hmm.
evenings are gonna be before we, you know.
We generally do, subject to our discussions, all of that, that's fine. Be
No.
2 to 2, so
Well-
we lose by default.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, but the other issue that I wanted to talk about was the majority on that one. Hold on one second. Oh, there was something on here on page, I think it's 18, that says that a second is not needed, it's not necessarily a requirement on a motion. And I just think that as a rule, our council should adopt that there should be a second. Because in some of the other motions, the actions that have to be taken, you know, are different, and there just should be a second on the motions. It just doesn't seem.
I agree.
Right.
I think so too.
You know, I would like this
certainly
to
add
be a
that.
full council conversation, and we're missing one of our
I
members.
know we are. But I don't know if he would disagree
I know.
with that. But
I
it's
know.
just I thought it was odd, and it's just it's so different in this. Why can't we just say we have a policy that we want a second on things?
I
Can we do
can
that?
certainly do that. I noticed that Rosenberg's just said that it should.
I just think it's
So
hard for the
if you want
mayor.
it to be a shall, you know, that's why it's agendized. I'm happy to add that.
I don't see why
A
we would
second.
get rid of the second.
Right, I agree. I like the succinct rules, though. I do like the Rosenberg rules
Yeah, they're
over
easy,
the Roberts
right?
rules. Yes, very
Yeah.
succinct, excellent. May I add one more suggestion? And we corresponded on this, Joanne, on the email, but I was curious if we could include attendance at meetings. You know, like you had indicated to me in response, that there's a provision in the municipal code that prohibits commission and committee members from missing 3 unexcused consecutive meetings without a doctor's note, but nothing for council members.
We looked that up today and learned, I did not know this, but state law already says that if a council member, misses 60 days, regular meetings within the 60-day period, that the office becomes vacant. So do you have that?
60
It's
days.
60.
Thanks. That's it, yeah.
Oh, okay, so in the email, I know I mentioned, I saw in another city that it was 4 consecutive meetings over 60 days. If you missed, then you were excused from council. Yeah, okay. But we didn't have that, so that's why I asked.
Right, and so that does exist. What I did on the policy is anything that's already in state law is out of here. That way, we don't have to worry for any changes in the
I would like to
future.
also put this off to, I don't think we're going to get to a vote tonight and detailed enough, because I think we're going to have to go through this and piece by piece vote on it.
Do you think? I think all we said we were talking about was just how to put something on, and, yeah, we didn't agree on that, you're right. We didn't agree.
So let's just,
Well, I mean, I'm willing to withdraw that, because frankly, it was for the minority of the council's benefit, and I got pushed back from that, so I'm happy, I put that on there, I'm happy to withdraw it. If it doesn't.
So am I.
So, I mean, frankly, I think we're here, we should vote on this. And so one of the other things I want to do is, you know, we have a really bad habit, and I've noticed it a lot tonight, is speaking over each other when we're talking, and I think Rosenberg's has, is it a 5-minute allowance? Or is there a time limit in terms of what each council member gets to speak?
Rosenberg's
Okay.
does not. It's very lax.
Yeah, so I mean, I like Rosenberg's. I'm not going to introduce that. I think we can do a better job, though, of allowing each other to finish speaking before interjecting. I'm guilty of this.
well, I want to say before you finish that sentence.
My point exactly.
Good one.
Well done, good example. But I like Rosenberg's. Joanne, thank you very much. and Scott for putting this together. I think this was way overdue. The only thing that I would add to this, frankly, is a 5-year look-through update for staff. We should never wait 25 years ever again for a lot of these policies.
yeah.
And maybe 5 years is too long or too close, I don't know, but it shouldn't be 25 years. So I think I would like to, if we can, include a policy that the policies are going to be updated every 5 years, because it should never happen like that again.
For all
So
city policies?
that'd be my preference, yeah, because we need to be following them, and we need to all know what they are, and they need to be up to date with state law, so I think that would be a good practice.
Okay, so, just so I understand, so then 4.5.5, do you want that wiped out?
Yes.
And I'm just going to add something that says that seconds motions are required.
Yes.
And we're going to look at these things every 5 years. And other than that, you're happy. Everybody's happy, right?
I think it's fantastic.
Okay, good.
Looks like a lot of work for the
Or you're going to come back with us?
Oh.
We're not going
Oh,
This isn't an ordinance, oh, sorry, Joanne, sorry, Mayor. This isn't an ordinance, so you don't have to have the explicit text before you. So I think the second part would go in 4.4.12, and it will just override the section that you alluded to previously. That there will be a section 4.4.12 that says seconds are required, and then I think you can adopt this as presented tonight, if that's your druthers. With elimination of that and the addition of the new 4.4.12. Yeah, and you don't have to have the explicit text before you, because it's not an ordinance.
Okay, then I will.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll open for, entertain a motion.
So I was looking really quick, if there's anywhere we can add the 5-year.
well, but you're saying for all policies. We have a lot of policies. These are just the ones relating to council.
Right.
And I will do that, but
We could turn around and say, direct staff to come to establish a 5-year review of all policies. To look at the guy there with the glasses on.
They review our policies every year to be consistent with state law.
We just want it.
This one's way over.
What we do is we want our record that the council would like to have staff to review, get us back a review of policies every 5 years.
If we're looking at these other policies every year anyway, then I think it's redundant to say 5 years. We should just do 5 years for these policies that we're addressing.
Excuse me, Councilmember, there's some arcane ones that we don't get to every 5 years, and so, but if you put that in the minute order, then Joanne will calendar that, and it'll bring it, come back out of it.
Joanne and I actually started this conversation recently, is, where are we with a lot of our policies? Because a lot of them have kind of fallen off the view of staff and everything. So we have started the discussion, which ones should we start looking at? I've talked to the department heads about looking at them and trying to find, are there policies that need to be eliminated? Are there policies that state law have superseded? Are there ones that are just inconsistent, with the rest of the operation? So I am starting that conversation with the department heads to start looking at all their various policies and making sure they're up to date on them.
And I'll entertain the motion then, please. Would someone like to take the challenge and read it?
Adopt staff recommendation, introduce ordinance number 1670 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, repealing section 2.04.050 of the Code of the City of San Clemente relating to the City Council proceedings being governed under Robert's Rules of Order. Repeal the following policies and procedures effective April 4th, 2019. Policy 1201-1, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Policy 1201-2, Meetings of the City Council. Policy 1201-3, Order of Business and Preparation of Minutes. Policy 1201-4, Council Correspondence and Agenda. Policy 1201-5, Rules of Debate, Decorum, Voting Requirements and Procedures. Recommendation number 3, adopt policy and procedure 1201-11 and 4.4.12, requiring a second to motions, entitled City Council Meetings and Operations Effective April 4th, 2019. Can I just stop it right there? All right.
And you said with the elimination of section 4.5.5.
Yes, yes, with the elimination of that last part.
Those are the two changes, okay.
4.5.5.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Carry unanimous.
Okay, oral communications, part 2, I have a card.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Hey, James, how's it going? Good to see you again. And just curious if you launched any investigations into Eric yet, but we know that probably won't happen. So anyways, moving on, I'd like to share with you some requests for payments. I submitted a PRA for use of the Amex by the city management. Let's go ahead. October 28th, 2016, lunch matrix study meeting with James, Cecilia, and Eric in the amount of $64.77. Courtney's Amex, November 1st, Council Day lunch. Scott, you're in this one. James, Eric, Cecilia, La Colombiana, $82.11 is the amount. Council lunch again on November 15th, 2016. Eric, Cecilia, Scott, James, Manga, Thai, $16.90. Holy cow, toll roads, $12.92 on November 15th. Are we supporting toll fees via the city's Amex card? Yikes. Courtney's Amex shows December 6th in 2016. Antoine's council meeting lunch, Eric, James, Cecilia, and Scott, $58.94 is the amount. Eric's account, January 17th, 2017. City council lunch meeting, Panera, Eric, Cecilia, James, and Scott, again, $48.34. San Juan Capistrano lunch meeting, James and Eric, January 19th, 2017, $118. Oh my gosh. Courtney, Foothill Toll Roads. Kathy, I don't know if you were aware of all this going on while you were representing us to the TCA. $11.36 on January 23rd. Here we go. Council meeting lunch, Chipotle, Eric, James, Cecilia, Scott, $74.99. February 7th, 2017. Boy, oh boy. Active Culture, Judy, Eric, Courtney, $28.75. James, same day, $15. Lots of council lunches. I'm just curious, is there a boardroom that businesses could be conducted without taxpayers funding Scott and James and Eric to be utilizing taxpayer dollars for meals? Just seems a fair shake, you know? Why stiff the taxpayers for your meal? Brown bag it or work around meals. And an update too, James had mentioned that he was okay with the idea of having city vehicle use or a stipend for the vehicle allowance, not both. And he actually said that. Mayor Pro Tem Dan Bain was in the room, so he heard it. And I'd like an update on that to make sure that taxpayers aren't getting stiffed, double dipping as well. And here we go. Last I saw that Heather Lowe spoke tonight. And, sorry about that.
What is that?
Jim?
Yeah, and I'd just
Bieber?
like to pass out, there's actually some paperwork here. There's an article floating around about Heather.
I'm sorry, you're out of time.
Okay. That you might want to look at correlations with this employee survey with what's said there about Heather.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to chat, and this talk would have cost me $15,000 if certain corrupt and incompetent people had gotten their way. During the last election, the city's voters, actually, the previous election, the city voters rejected a sales tax, and it lost by a narrow margin. I was out of town, but I got a call couple weeks after the fact that said that the city council actually voted to expend money on a recount of ballots. And would I be willing to sue to stop it? Because it was illegal. You can't spend money on political things. I said, well, of course, that's outrageous. So the afternoon when the city was going to engage in counting ballots, there was going to be a court meeting that afternoon, so the city pulled back and never went forward with counting the ballots. So I wanted to see what was the root of all this mischief. I mean, it was so illegal. It was actually the worst decision because I should have let it go forward because it was a criminal act. And actually the council members, Kathy, you would have been personally liable for all the money that you wasted the taxpayers. But anyway, so I put in a records request to see the mischief. And I already had all the records from the Register of Voters because it took them, one day to send me over all the records of correspondence going back and forth with the city. But the city itself wouldn't turn over the records. And they gave the worst excuses, said, well, we can't turn over these records because it may interfere with deliberations on this matter in the future. Well, just crazy excuses. So I decided to go ahead and sue, forced to hire an attorney to sue the city to find out what happened. Well, the records that you withheld were like 57 records, crazy ones. So the origin of this stupidity was the city manager who told the council, said, I have the authority to do this all on my own, but I really think the council should put it up to a vote. Well, that was a lie, and it was a criminal act. And then compounded, you broke the law. And again, get this through your heads. I didn't sue the city that I love. I didn't even sue the city council. I sued 3 corrupt people in this room who conspired to withhold public records from the citizens. And once we got down the road, then you put a poison pill in it and said, okay, we'll give you the public records. We'll pay your attorney fees, provided you have a confidentiality that you could never discuss this with the public. You could never tell the public that you won a lawsuit against the city. I was completely victorious. We went to the judge. He looked at it. They were disgusted with what our city manager, our city attorney did in withholding over 57 records from the public. So I was actively engaged in a lawsuit against the city. So the question is, during that time, would I have been prohibited from funding any city function or making a donation to a charity that's engaged in anything to do with the city? And you're going to be discussing that soon, and it's a bad, dumb idea to blanket and paint everybody who sues the city as the villain, when in this case it was completely the opposite.
Thank you.
Okay. City manager?
There's been some comments recently about the Linda Lane pump station. We have a lot of people out there on the beach trail. They see what's going on. So a lot of wondering what's happening. Staff is actively working on that landslide out there. We gave an update to council in closed session. It involves some legal issues with the adjacent property owners. It also involves the Coastal Commission and getting their approval to do something out there. So staff is on it and trying to keep the project moving forward. We did lose the temporary power pole out there, but we did get a new one installed by SDG&E that was away from the landslide. This past windstorm and rainstorm, we lost 10 trees throughout the city, including the Christmas tree at the community center. It went down the other day. I've talked to staff. We're looking at about a $9,000 expenditure for another canary pine, 28 to 32 foot in height. There is some evidence from the postmortem of root rot. So we're going to have to treat the ground out there before we plant anything. But Randy Little and Rod's Tree Service are on it, and they'll take care of it. The landslide on ECR on the Marblehead project site took over 40 dump trucks of dirt to be removed from that. I'd like to give a shout out to Public Works and Tom Vonnegut for their diligent work in getting all the dirt removed and getting ECR back open. Tom was out on site until about 9:30 on Saturday. I was out there at about 11 o'clock on Saturday. He was out there with the dump trucks and the work crew out there. The Vista Hermosa ball fields that we're having redone, we're just waiting on the sod to get that installed. The rain has given us a little bit of difficulty, but the project's coming along nicely. And then lastly, long-term financial plan. We'll be having a meeting on March 11th, open to the public here in the council chambers at 4 p.m. This is how we start off the budget process for this next fiscal year.
City Attorney.
Nothing more tonight, thanks.
Presentation by Mayor Swartz concerning pets available for adoption at the San Clemente Animal Shelter.
Hi. I am a 4-year-old male neutered American Pit Bull Terrier. I am a staff and volunteer favorite. I like my walks, but what I really love is a comfy bed and a little sunshine. I waited patiently for my new home. Could it be with you? Now, I've seen people out there looking for animals, and we've got them here at our shelter. And then there's Ritz. He's a 7-month-old spayed female. She's white and black domestic, short hair. She's a sweet little kitty that loves affection and play. So, she's your girl, although she may be shy at first. Her foster mom, who's taking care of her now, says that she's the sweetest, most affectionate cat when she's in her home. They think she'll do better in a quieter home, probably not a home with 3 cats and 5 dogs and 10 kids, but other cats are okay too, as long as they're well behaved, like me. And then here's Vera. Vera is a 6-year-old spayed female, brown tabby domestic, short hair. Owner couldn't keep her anymore, so here she is, the shelter, not on her fault. The shelter's auditioning to become part of her family. I'm a happy, confident cat who loves affection. And then there's Mr. Burns. He's a 1-year-old male neutered Chihuahua. I'm an energetic little guy that enjoys playtime with other dogs. Call the shelter to schedule a time to come visit him. And you can go up there, call him up, go up there, and visit the animals, take a look at, walk through there. They'll break your heart. So if your dog gets lost, you be sure you can get your dogs tagged. It's a good idea to also get them chipped. So you can all take care of your tags and licensing and everything else over the shelter. So I suggest you do that.
May I make a few comments?
Sure.
Just real quick, because I know it's getting late, that SDG&E's rep reached out to me, and we met over coffee, and Dwayne Cave shared his formal position on SDG&E's formal position that they support choice and energy. And I'd just like to request if council could write a letter to the CPUC just to enable SDG&E to provide their formal position in writing and make some comments on community choice energy, since they will be involved in CC&E, should it be implemented here locally. And then on that note, the city manager let me know about a community forum, and I passed on to our residents who are passionate about the CCE and seeing a feasibility study come soon. There's a public forum, community forum, that will be held on March 7th at the Dana Point Tennis Center at 6 p.m. And the city manager said that staff will be present there to bring back some information from that. And that's held by the South Orange County Community Choice Alliance. And again, I passed that information along. And lastly, with the city manager mentioning the LTFP coming up in March, I just wanted to see, and I don't know if this has to come back or if it can be an agenda item perhaps, but if we can look at possibly having a small group of volunteer residents with municipal budget experience want to be involved in helping us with the planning process. Just at a time we're seeking to be more transparent and address our 5-year forecast of deficit spending, and the group could collaborate with us, just an idea, to find ways to achieve the same or better results at lower costs. Thank you.
Anything?
Is that a request to the council? I'm confused.
Yes, for a small group, volunteer budget advisory group. It'd be temporary. It would go away, dissolve after the budget planning cycle is completed in June.
I can't go with that. That's why we have the LTFP, and that's the public comes to us at that point. That's the kickoff of the budget. So I'm not going to go along with that. I mean, we're elected officials, and we were elected to do this.
It's just an idea for you to weigh in, and I've thought it would be really great for us to have some outside experts that have retired volunteers that might want to be involved in helping.
I suggest you sit in our finance committee one time, and you can see some of the people already involved in some of these issues. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
And the other issue that you mentioned was a letter to the PUC.
The CPUC, yes, the
Okay,
California Public Utilities Commission, for those who don't know the acronym.
What is the purpose of that letter?
The purpose would be to allow SDG&E to weigh in and discuss their support for community choice energy. But they're not allowed to at this time. The CPUC won't allow them to weigh in. So, I mean, I've said at prior meetings when the local residents were thinking of doing a white paper, that would be really, I think it'd be very informative for customers, residents, to see both sides, to see how our current electricity provider, what they think of community choice energy. I was surprised to hear that they were supportive of choice. That was a surprise to me. So it'd be good to hear their comments, since they will be involved in managing that, doing the billing and the meter reading and so forth in some regards. So just fair and balanced reporting on the
Can you meet with
topic.
the city manager on that, though? Because I seem to remember there is an issue with SDG&E and the community choice where they were taking a position and they came to the chamber on that. So just find out exactly what he's asking for, because I'm not sure why we would do that at this point, write that letter. There was an issue with SDG&E, and it's not sounding like what you've been told. I can't remember what it is, but there is some paperwork on that.
Want me to sit down with Dwayne and talk it over with him?
That might be a good idea, because I'm not understanding. This is not what I've heard before when I was on the chamber board.
Flesh it out some more.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be great. That would be great, because he does have an interest in having us write a letter, so I am looking into having some support for that. But if you can talk to him, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Dan?
All right, so in the interest of, since we're looking at policies again, two items that I'd like to see agendized: the policy regarding the use of vehicles with stipend. I think we've talked about that. We should look at that. That needs to be updated. I think it's gray for now. And then, I'm generally supportive of giving council and others parking passes, because I think it's useful, but I think we need to look at that policy in light of some of the concerns that have been expressed on emails, particularly as it relates to benefits that prior council members, et cetera, are looking at. So I'd like to bring that for a policy discussion as well.
If you want that added to the agenda then?
At some point, yeah.
Okay. Just one thing. I don't mind the pass thing. You're going to start paying me for my travel, my gas and forth and everything else.
I think if we're going to do that, then we need to bring up the price that council is getting paid and reimbursement for mileage and all of that. So
I put 300 miles on my car this week, or this last 7 days for the council.
I agree. So bringing up that has a whole other connotation, and I think that needs to be considered also.
Sorry, let me finish really quickly. The connotation is if you have use of a San Clemente vehicle, that you're not being reimbursed for mileage because you're using a San Clemente vehicle.
I was talking about that. I was talking about the parking passes that we get as a slight, offset for all the money we're spending personally to service.
So as I said in the preliminary comments, I agree with that policy, but it needs to be looked at in light of all of the comments we've gotten as it relates to past council members' benefits, past council members, et cetera, looking at. So I think we need to be clear.
I have no problem with anyone looking at anything.
And if I may ask Dan.
That continues the other part, that we all look at totally what we're being paid and what other city councils are being paid.
Total compensation.
And if I may, does that also include the retired employees at the 25-year? Okay, the policy. And we do have a policy, if I may ask Ms. Bade, on mileage reimbursement. Is that a city council mileage reimbursement policy? No. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to be clear what Mayor Swartz was saying. Okay, thank you.
There is no policy on that? No. We aren't reimbursed. Yeah, no, I know, because I haven't been submitting it.
I was just getting clarification. Thank you.
So, what we're asking on retired people, isn't there an issue with legalities of yes. And so I think this needs to be vetted more with staff on what we can have.
In the discussion, we'll be able to do that, and I don't know if we want to retroactive or going, I don't like making rules covering things that happened 10 years ago. I don't mind looking at rules for going forward.
That's my only concern.
Okay?
We can't bring something back.
Which, when we agendize it, we'll discuss.
Right. Anything else? I am sorry that we took this long. All right, then I will adjourn to our next regular council meeting, which will be held on Tuesday, March 5th, 2019, in the council chambers located here at 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed sessions, we hope, will start at 5 o'clock unless we hear differently. And the regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. And we are out of here.